A master teacher replied, "To strengthen the human race so as to better fend off the otherworldly demonic tribe and other calamities." The primary reason as to why Kong Shi established the Master Teacher Pavilion was to raise the might of the human race as a whole so as to further its prosperity. Indeed, several 10,000 years ago, the powerful otherworldly demonic tribe committed innumerable atrocities, resulting in grievous sufferings to all life forms. In order to save the world, Kong Shi established the system of master teachers, and after several 10,000 years of development, we've achieved an unprecedented level of prosperity. Kong Shi nodded his head as his gaze fell on the crowd. The courage test is actually very simple. You just have to fulfill the responsibility of a master teacher and face an otherworldly demon. Otherworldly demon? Hasn't that race gone extinct already? Could it be that there are still survivors? Everyone was taken aback. The otherworldly demonic tribe had been expelled by Kong Shi several 10,000 years ago, and not a single trace of them remained on the continent. To face an otherworldly demon. What did Kong Shi mean? The otherworldly demonic tribe was indeed expelled several 10,000 years ago. However, there are still a few remnants living on the continent. They disguise themselves as humans and hide amongst our communities. Kong Shi's eyebrows shot up as he waved his hand. Hula! The fog veiling another corner of the round stage cleared, revealing a gigantic stone house. Even though the stone house was tightly sealed, and its interiors couldn't be seen at all, an intense killing intent emanated from within. It felt as though one would be torn apart just by approaching the stone house. What a savage aura! Could it be that an otherworldly demon is currently inside the stone house? I've heard that the otherworldly demonic tribe has an extremely brutal nature. They regard humans as nothing more than mere ants, and they slaughter them without any guilt whatsoever. As such, an exceptionally dense killing intent lingers around them. This killing intent made it impossible for an ordinary human to approach them. They would simply faint from fright during the encounter, let alone kill them. Even across a stone house, the killing intent emanated is already so astounding. How powerful must the otherworldly demons really be? Feeling the aura coming from within the stone house, everyone's faces warped in shock. Fearsome. All those who were on the round stage were all 4-star master teacher. Even so, the killing intent emanated from within the stone house was sufficient to render their legs wobbly. How powerful must the otherworldly demons be then? The otherworldly demons are callous and cunning. For their growth, they are willing to even devour their own kind. In their eyes, humans are just lower-tier life forms, mere prey for them. Kong Shi harumphed. This fellow here has been hiding in Hongfeng Empire, and he had killed at least several thousand humans there. It took me 3 years before I managed to capture him. Even though I've used the golden soul lock to seal his root bone, making it impossible for him to exert much strength, the killing intent that he had tempered over countless years still remains. He could easily exert immense pressure on one's soul and draw out the deepest fear in one. Putting aside 4-star pinnacle master teachers like you all, even half 5-star master teachers would hesitate to face him directly. It is similar to a human meeting a tiger. Even the latter didn't make a move, the former would still instinctively feel fear, and strength would drain from their body. This was a matter of courage. If one doesn't even have the courage to approach a tiger, how could he possibly ever kill one? If a master teacher doesn't dare to approach an otherworldly demon, then no matter how far he advances as a master teacher, it would be for naught. The courage test is simple. You just have approach him, and your courage will be judged by how far you get to him. The requirement for clearing this test is 5 meters. Those who fail to meet this requirement will be eliminated. Waving his hands, Kong Shi flicked his finger. Voila! The walls of the stone house immediately burst apart, and a 3-meter-tall savage-looking beast appeared before everyone. Hong Long. As soon as the beast came into view, a violent aura abruptly diffused into the surroundings. Some of the audience seated closer to the round stage suddenly felt an intense vertigo striking their mind, and their vision went dark. They had instinctively fainted out of fright. The master teachers on the stage weren't doing much better either. Song Chao and the other master teachers' faces turned pale, and their lips took on a shade of purple. In the past, the otherworldly demonic tribe had enslaved humans, and if not for Kong Shi creating the Master-Teacher Pavilion and eventually expelling them from the Master-Teacher continent, the entire continent would still be subjected to their tyranny. Perhaps such primal fear had been deeply imprinted into human instincts, but very few were able to withstand the blow to their soul from the sight of an otherworldly demon. This is an otherworldly demon? Zhang Xian's eyebrows twitched. The fellow before him looked like a gigantic savage beast. Bloodthirst seemed to exude from every single inch of its body, inducing the feeling that one would be torn to shreds if one were to try to approach it. Putting aside the other master teachers, even Zhang Xian found it difficult to approach the otherworldly demon within a 5-meter radius. Fearsome. It was no wonder the Master-Teacher Pavilion dared not let down their guard despite several 10,000 years having passed since the disappearance of the otherworldly demons. They were indeed worthy of such wariness from the Master-Teacher Pavilion. He is bound and unable to move, so you need not worry of being harmed. The time limit is half an incense's time, and those who are unable to get within 5 meters of him will be eliminated. After which, Hong Shi lit an incense and waved his hands. The time starts now. Hearing that the test had started, the crowd on top of the round stage began advancing toward the beast with a grave look on their faces. Zhang Xian followed behind them as well, but with just a single step, his face abruptly lost all color. Just this single step had subjected him to twofold the pressure from before. The savage killing intent lingering in the air stripped his legs of its strength, rendering him unable to proceed further. He glanced at the others around him, and they didn't seem to be in a much better condition than him. Sweat covered their foreheads, and their faces were as pale as a sheet of paper. Forcefully taking another step forward, the pressure intensified yet again. It was as if he was a lone boat standing before a huge storm. Powerful waves rushed at him, threatening to sink him at any moment. At the same time, it was as if he was standing right at the edge of a cliff. A single step forward would mean plummeting into a Vici and subjected to an eternity of suffering. Under such circumstances, even 10 meters would be difficult, not to mention 5 meters. Initially, Zhang Xian thought that this test would be a walk in the park, but it turned out to be tougher than he had expected. It seemed that with his willpower itself, it would be impossible for him to pass this step. Advancing another step forward, only 10 competitors remained alongside him. Let me try driving my zhenqi. Taking yet another step forward, Zhang Xian felt as though he was coming to the limit of his endurance. Thus, he decided to drive his zhenqi. He didn't use his zhenqi to ward off the killing intent beforehand, so as to test his own limits. But regrettably, 4 steps seemed to be it. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't take a single inch forward. As the heaven's path zhenqi flowed through his body, the pressure weighing down on him immediately disappeared, and the tenseness he felt faded. That energy that threatened to rip him apart a moment ago felt nothing more than a gentle breeze on him at this moment. As I expected, the Heaven's Path Zhenqi is indeed capable of neutralizing killing intent. The Heaven's Path Zhenqi possessed no attribute whatsoever, but this allowed it to neutralize all types of attributes of all types. Zhang Xian had previously guessed that driving the Heaven's Path Zhenqi would neutralize the killing intent from the otherworldly demons, and fortunately, it seemed like he was spot on. He secretly peeked at the others different from him. The others had been driving their zhenqi right from their start, but that did little to alleviate their pale complexion. But even so, with their sheer determination, those at the front were already approaching the 10-meter mark. Incredible! Seeing how they were able to proceed so far despite being unable to neutralize the killing intent effectively with their zhenqi, a hint of respect appeared on Zhang Xian's face. It was no wonder they were known as geniuses, and why Pavilion Master Kong didn't think well of them. They did possess the qualities worthy of their evaluation. If not for Zhang Xian cheating through his Heaven's Path zhenqi, it was hard to tell whether he could have traveled further than them. Relieved on the immense pressure on him, Zhang Xian's thoughts gradually grew lively. Could the immense pressure exerted by the otherworldly demon be considered as a battle technique as well? Given how everyone was so frightened such that it was difficult for them to approach the otherworldly demon, The latter was clearly utilizing some kind of ability to exert pressure on one's soul. Even if this ability couldn't be considered as a battle technique, it should be close to one. Given so, is it possible for the Library of Heaven's Path to peer into the flaws of the otherworldly demon? Flaws. Zhang Xin willed. Who? A book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. Chapter 579. Zhang Xian. In a daze, he was only trying his luck, but to his delight, it actually worked. Excited, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly flipped through its contents. The offspring of an otherworldly life form and spirit beast. Born in Wangyuan Mountain of Hongfeng Empire. Cultivation of transcendent mortal 5 Dan consonant spirit realm. Flaws. He isn't a purebred otherworldly demon but a progeny with a spirit beast? Zhang Xian blinked his eyes. To think that this fellow, who was powerful enough to halt the advancement of a 4-star master teacher with its disposition in itself, was just a hybrid. If that was the case, how powerful must a purebred be? Not to mention, to actually breed with a spirit beast. The tastes of the otherworldly demonic tribe sure was heavy. The thought of satisfying one's physical needs with that gigantic and swollen body of a spirit beast. Zhang Xian couldn't help but shiver in disgust. But even so, this fellow is indeed strong. Based on the information in the book, the other party's physical body and soul were extremely powerful, such that it would be able to easily rival master teachers of the similar cultivation realm, or rather, master teachers who hadn't been through special training to cope with its overwhelming killing intent wouldn't be able to even get close to it. It was no wonder the master teacher pavilion was so fearful of the otherworldly demon tribe. There was a clear and huge difference in the innate talent between humans and the otherworldly demon tribe. My Heaven's Path Shunshi doesn't fear the pressure he exerts. I'll just approach a 5-meter radius around him and remain there for a moment. Zhang Xian had just destroyed Hong Shi's ghost domain illusory city, thus putting him at the tip of others' tongues. Even though he could clear this test easily, he felt that he shouldn't cause too much of a fuss this time round. In any case, it was just the preliminary selections, and there was no ranking for this. It would suffice as long as he passed the test. There was no need for him to show off. Thinking so, Zhang Xian lifted his gaze to look at the others in the surroundings. In the time that he spent browsing through the book, the others had already gotten ahead of him. There were quite a few who were in proximity to the huge beast already, just a few steps away to reaching the 5-meter mark. Even though their movements looked very strained, their ability to get to such proximity reflected their courage and determination. It was no wonder why they were the representatives of their respective powers. They did possess extraordinary mental fortitude and talent. That Luo Xian is leading the group. Walking at the forefront was Luo Xian from Fleeting Cloud Sect. He was listed to be the #1 contender for the champion placing in the book Pavilion Master Kong showed him, and it did seem to be very plausible at this moment. As long as one were to get into a 5-meter radius of the otherworldly demon, one would be considered to have passed the test. As for Song Chao, he was in the middle of the entire group. On the other hand, Ruohuan Gongzi exceeded Zhang Xian's expectations. Surprisingly, he was amongst the group at the front. Should I go over now? Or should I wait a little longer? Forget it. I'm in no hurry anyway. I should first look through that fellow's flaws first. Seeing that no one had reached the 5-meter mark yet, Zhang Xian decided to continue reading the book first. There were many flaws detailed on the hybrid otherworldly demon in the book in the Library of Heaven's Path, so it was taking Zhang Xian a little longer to finish reading through it. In any case, he didn't want to catch too much attention by being the first to clear the test anyway. Thus, he decided to wait a little longer. Beneath the stage, Ruohuan seems to be faring well. To think that he would achieve such outstanding results right from the start. Elder Su stroked his beard as he said, "Indeed, the otherworldly demonic tribe sure is fearsome. I don't think that I could achieve his current results even if I were to head up." Ling Shi sighed. It was their first time meeting an otherworldly demon as well. They were already feeling stifled from the intense killing intent even though they were beneath the stage. It was difficult for them to imagine the pressure that was weighing down on the competitors at the moment. It seems like the advice I told him worked after all. Hearing the compliments of his two friends, Pavilion Master Kong smiled. Oh? What did you tell him to motivate him, so much as to rush straight into the top few placing? Su Shi and Ling Shi asked curiously. They couldn't imagine any advice that could induce such a huge change in one. Even though Ruohuan Gongzi did improve greatly in the past 2 months, he was still a distance away from matching up to the top geniuses from the other sects and empires. I told him that there's nothing he has to be worried about, and he should just give it his all. After all, is there anything in this world that is more fearsome than Zhang Shi? Since he doesn't even fear Zhang Shi, why should he hesitate over anything? Pavilion Master Kong stroked his beard. Cough cough. Su Shi and Ling Shi staggered. They were rendered speechless by the words of their old friend. But giving it some thoughts, while these words were indeed a little peculiar, it was indeed good advice. A fellow who could collapse even the Ghost Domain illusory city in 2 to 3 minutes, if Ruohuan Gongzi didn't even fear such a monster. What did he have to fear from the other geniuses out there? Just that. To use Zhang Shi to suppress the fear toward otherworldly demons. Why does it feel as though something is wrong? After a moment of speechlessness, Su Shi suddenly frowned and said, Right. Why isn't Zhang Shi moving? Could he be at his limit? Zhang Shi proceeded rather swiftly initially, but after advancing 4 steps, he abruptly came to a stop and hadn't moved since. It had been several minutes since then. Could it be that he was unable to withstand the pressure from the otherworldly demon? Even though he possesses astounding capability, he's still much too young. It's his first time meeting an otherworldly demon, and it's unavoidable that he would freeze in fear. Ling Shi shook his head. I don't know what's going on either. Actually, I thought of the same thing too, but what I'm more worried about is that. Pavilion Master Kong shook his head. He might cause something huge once more. 'Cause something huge? I think it's unlikely for that to happen. Given the strength of the otherworldly demon, even you and I wouldn't be a match for it, and he's currently only at Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan Pinnacle. Besides, the goal of the test is just to approach the otherworldly demon. How could any problem occur from this? Su Shi shook his head. There's no need for you to worry about this. I hope so. Pavilion Master Kong nodded, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly froze. Then, lifting a finger up to the stage, he exclaimed, How can that be? Hearing the anxiousness in the latter's voice, Su Shi and Ling Shi hurriedly turned their gazes over, and their eyes narrowed uncontrollably. As Luo Xian and the others stepped into a 5-meter mark, the otherworldly demon, who had his eyes shut all along, opened abruptly, and a sinister light gleamed in his blood-red eyes. To dare use me as a test of courage, you are courting death. A voice boomed as though thunder, rattling everyone's soul. The immense body of the otherworldly demon shook, and in an instant, everyone abruptly felt as though they were plunged into a storm. Ah! The few master teachers standing at the very front cried out in agony simultaneously. Their bodies lost all strength, and they fell helplessly to the ground from fright. Luo Xian wasn't spared either. His body stiffened, and he looked as though his soul had escaped from his body. You lowly creatures, how dare you capture and use me? I'll devour every single one of you. Roaring furiously, the otherworldly demon's glaring red lips parted, revealing rows after rows of sharp teeth. The sight of it left goosebumps rising through one's body, inducing a sensation as though one would be torn to shreds just by approaching him. Ah! I'm not going to compete anymore. Before the otherworldly demon could finish his words, a pale-faced master teacher abruptly screamed as he scrambled off the stage. A pool of pungent fluid was left in his wake. With a precedent, the second and the third soon emerged. For 4-star master teacher geniuses to actually be reduced to such a state, the crowd below fell completely silent. But even so, no one thought that they were cowardly. After all, none of them could say that they would do better when put in such a position as well. The otherworldly demon was already fearsome when it was idle. Now that it was roaring and baring its fangs, it would be wonder if the others could hold on. To think that even trash life forms like you all would be able to rule over the continent, the world sure has regressed. Seeing some of the participating master teachers escape and the rest collapsed on the floor, the otherworldly demon sneered. Just as he was going to drive all of them away in a single breath, he saw a young man standing quietly at a distance away, seemingly in a daze. In a daze? Aren't all of you here to test your courage? What the heck are you dazing off for? Besides, I've been roaring here and there, and I even intensified the killing aura to the maximum. Even a half five-star master teacher would find it hard to withstand the pressure. And yet, a little fellow like you is actually unfazed? With a livid expression, the otherworldly demon focused all of its killing intent on the young man and roared, "Little fellow, do you think you are courageous? Let's see how courageous you can be after you're dead." Walala. The voice, tinged with overpowering killing intent, swept across the entire stage as though a hurricane. It was so strong that a four-star master teacher beneath the stage even fell off his seat and fainted. All of the four-star master teachers collapsed on the ground, huddled their bodies together in fear, not daring to even breathe loudly. But the young man whom he focused all of his killing intent on was still standing silently on the spot, with all of his attention devoted to dazing off. It seemed as though the other party didn't even notice his attack. "I'll kill you." Not expecting that he, despite being a proud otherworldly demon, would actually be disregarded by such a young master teacher, his rage was unleashed. Back then, Hong Shi had to deploy more than 70 master teachers before he was able to capture him. And in that battle, he had managed to slay at least 20 of them and severely injured another 30. Even Hong Shi, a 5-star master teacher, was afraid of him. And yet, a 4-star primary master teacher actually dared to disregard him? This was too much. Boom. An even more powerful aura gushed into the surroundings, and upon feeling the killing intent infused into the aura, even Hong Shi's face paled. Yet, the young man before him continued on in his daze. It was as if nothing mattered before him. Neither the pressure nor the killing intent he exerted was able to faze the young man at all. I knew that Zhang Shi would surely stir something up, but still, to think that it really happened. The faces of Pavilion Master Kong, Su Shi, and the other elders paled as they trembled uncontrollably. Naturally, the young man was Zhang Xian. Despite the odds, they thought that something would happen since Zhang Shi was involved. And as though not to let down their expectations, something did indeed happen. The other party was an otherworldly demon. Even they themselves found it hard to cope with that overpowering killing intent. Yet, even though the bulk of the other party's killing intent was focused on you, you are actually dazing off. Could you at least give a reaction, even if it's only out of respect for your opponent? To be dazing away on a battlefield like this, what in the world are you up to? It can't be that Zhang Shi has fainted from fear? Fainted? If he has fainted, how can he still be standing? Furthermore, he was still looking around a moment ago. But if he is still conscious, what can he be doing? The otherworldly demon is exerting so much pressure that he is about to spew blood. How can there be no reaction on Zhang Shi's part at all? I have no idea as well. They weren't the only ones who noticed that something was amiss. The other master teachers and the crowd beneath also noticed the peculiarity, and they were staring at one another in bewilderment, confused over the situation unfolding before them. The otherworldly demon, with its innate ability to instill fear into a soul, left all of the competitors paralyzed on the floor, not daring to even utter a word. And yet, despite focusing its attention on Zhang Shi, roaring relentlessly and baring its fangs, the latter remained completely impassive. Big brother, do you really not fear the otherworldly demon, or are you dead already? Chapter 580. Kill Yourself. Just as everyone had seen, the otherworldly demon was truly on the verge of falling into a frenzy. Even if you don't fear, you need not make it so obvious, do you? I'm already putting in all my effort into it. Even if just to acknowledge my effort, you should at least give a reaction. Look at how everyone above and beneath the stage has collapsed on the ground. You are the only one standing there, unfazed. At this point, aren't you being a little too disrespectful to me, your opponent? I'll kill you. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Roaring once more, the tall, otherworldly demon gritted his teeth and a mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth. His eyes grew even redder, and the callous aura shrouding him intensified. This is bad. The otherworldly demon is activating Blood Berserk. Blood Berserk? Indeed. On top of their powerful physical bodies and souls, the otherworldly demon are also capable of burning their blood essence in exchange for raising their fighting prowess temporarily. I've read the history of the war against the otherworldly demons written by Master Teacher Zheng Xiao, and it states that many Master Teachers have died under such attacks. Then what should we do? I don't know either. However, since Hong Shi has sealed his root bone with the Golden Soul Lock, he shouldn't be able to exert any strength. Seeing the huge fellow going into a rampage, a look of worry appeared on the faces of the knowing Master Teachers below the stage. An otherworldly demon in his normal state was already sufficiently frightening. How fearsome would he be once he went into a berserk state? Hong Shi grasped a weapon tightly in his hands. As soon as that fellow made a move, he would slaughter the other party without any hesitation. But even so, at the current moment, he was still confident in the ability of the Golden Soul Lock in sealing the otherworldly demon's movements. As long as the otherworldly demon was unable to break out of his restraints, it shouldn't be a problem at all. After all, the main point of this test was to assess the courage of the participants. As such, there was no need for him to make a move as long as there was no threat to the participant's life. Besides, it took him a lot of effort to capture this otherworldly demon alive. He was hoping to take him to the headquarters to claim his reward. If he were to kill him, he wouldn't be able to claim any reward at all. Hong Long. Amidst everyone's frightened gaze, the otherworldly demon finally activated Blood Berserk fully and roared at Zhang Xian. Die! The killing intent and the pressure harnessed within the roar seemed as though thunder booming from the highest heaven. Jia! The round stage creaked, seemingly unable to withstand the pressure. All of the Master Teachers and cultivators around the young man trembled uncontrollably in fear, not daring to move in the slightest. And yet, Zhang Xian still remained in his daze, completely indifferent to the other party's offense. The otherworldly demon was about to explode in rage. After struggling for a moment, fresh blood spurted from his mouth once more. Stepping forcefully against the ground, he advanced forward. Even though he was incapable of fighting due to his root bone being sealed by the Golden Soul Lock, he was still able to move around. The only reason why he'd remained stationary previously was in fear that Hong Shi would kill him. But panicked and enraged, he couldn't care as much anymore. I'll kill you. Voila! With his gigantic head at a distance less than 50 meters before Zhang Xian, it roared furiously. Even at such a far distance away, the immense pressure the otherworldly demon exerted could leave countless trembling helplessly in fear. At such a close proximity, it would surely feel as though one was already in death's embrace, leaving one completely terror-stricken and hysterical. And yet, Zhang Xian remained completely motionless, still in his daze. Hong Shi couldn't stand looking at it anymore. What the heck are you doing? Even if you are dazing off, isn't this going a bit too far? Hearing someone shout his name, Zhang Xian finally returned to his senses. The introduction and the flaws concerning the otherworldly demon was simply too long and too shocking. Despite the vast knowledge Zhang Xian had gathered through the books he had read before, he still found himself astonished by its contents, thus resulting in his attention being completely absorbed in the book. As for the other party's roaring, Zhang Xian thought that the fellow was simply trying to scare some other participant, and as such, he didn't pay it much heed. As soon as he drew his consciousness out from the book, he suddenly saw a hideous face right before him. Alarmed, he sent a slap right at the other party. Pa! A crisp sound echoed across the round stage. Everyone was dumbfounded. The otherworldly demon's eyes also widened in frenzy. In order to exert further pressure on the other party's soul, he burned his blood essence to intensify his killing intent. He even went to the extent of laboriously making his way here just so to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. And yet, not only did the other party remain completely unfazed, the other party even slapped him. You lowly human, die! With his mind clouded with wrath, the otherworldly demon couldn't care less about the Golden Soul Lock any longer. He raised his immense fist and sent it right toward the young man before him. Hoo-hoo! A piercing wind screamed in the surroundings. With his root bones sealed, the otherworldly demon could only tap into the strength of his physical body. But even so, blessed with strong innate physique, his physical strength wasn't one that a transcendent mortal 3-Dan cultivator could withstand. You beast, you're seeking death. Seeing how the otherworldly demon actually dared to make a move, Hong Shi's eyebrows shot up. Raising his sword, he prepared to make a move. But before he could do anything, Zhang Xian leaped to the side, dodging the attack. Then, with a displeased look on his face, he glared at the otherworldly demon. Audacious! Who are you calling lowly? Flinging his sleeves, Zhang Xian stood upright. His master-teacher robe danced along with the slight tug of the wind, creating an impression of an incredible expert. As an offspring of an otherworldly demon and a dust-shell beast, your blood is impure and your energy is adulterated. Not to mention, the technique you use to exert pressure on others' soul is filled with flaws. Given how you can't even deal with an ordinary human like me, what rights do you have to say that humans are lowly? You. Not expecting the person before him to identify his origins, the otherworldly demon was stunned. For a moment, he forgot his rage against the other party. What? Is there anything wrong about what I said? With his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian slowly walked up to the otherworldly demon. It's one thing for your blood to be adulterated, but you didn't even receive the heritage that an otherworldly demon should possess at birth. To grow stronger, you had to study the human language and practice human cultivation techniques. And yet, you dare to say that humans are lowly? What gave you the confidence to utter such words? The otherworldly demon subconsciously took a step back in fear. What is going on? Seeing how Zhang Shi, who was still dazing off a moment ago, lecturing the otherworldly demon as soon as he came to again, the crowd stared at one another as though they had seen a ghost. Even Hong Shi was bewildered by the situation as well. This fellow actually wasn't a pure-blooded otherworldly demon? Given how he, despite being the one who captured the otherworldly demon, didn't notice it, how did Zhang Shi know about it? And how could he have known that the other half of the other party's blood came from the dust-shell beast? More importantly, despite being a 5-star master teacher, he was unaware of the heritage of otherworldly demons. And yet, this fellow actually knew about it. Could Yang Shi have taught him that? It wouldn't be surprising for an 8-star master teacher like Yang Shi to know of such deep secrets of the otherworldly demons. Despite reaching 5-star, Hong Shi had yet to advance to even higher master teacher pavilions, and as such, he didn't know much about such matters. You were born in a village on Wangyuan Mountain of Hongfeng Empire, and you were adopted and raised by humans. Before 20, other than your large head, you were no different from a human, and you didn't know about your unique heritage either. Yet, in a minor dispute with a villager, you killed the latter. And when the parents who raised you questioned you about the matter, out of rage, you awakened your bloodline as an otherworldly demon and killed them as well. Zhang Xian glanced at the otherworldly demon. Am I right? The otherworldly demon trembled in fear. He was indeed raised by humans. It was a poor village, and the villagers there led a simple life. Perhaps it was due to this that they possessed an innocence contrary to the depravity existent in cities. Even though he had a huge appetite from young due to his larger stature, his parents treated him kindly. No matter how poor they were, they never allowed him to starve. There was once when it snowed 5 days consecutively, and the house ran out of food. Bearing the risk of a snowstorm, his parents went out to hunt, only to come back grievously injured with an ordinary hare in hand and several wild vegetables. The rabbit wasn't large, and it wasn't sufficient to go around the family. In order to not let him starve, the entire rabbit went to him while his parents ate only the plucked wild vegetable. Just the thought of it evoked sympathy for his parents. Even though they were your foster parents, they still doted on you as though you were their real child. But how did you repay them? After awakening your bloodline, you slew the entire village, including your buddies, parents, and kin, and you devoured them all. With a livid expression and sharp eyes, Zhang Xian pushed on. Not only so, you even torched the entire village into ashes. Let me ask you, have you ever felt the slightest regret for your actions? The otherworldly demon trembled once more. Even though he had inherited the brutal nature of the otherworldly demonic tribe, he still grew up amongst humans, and he was taught etiquette and shame. These past memories poked at him as though a thorn in his heart, agitating him constantly, leaving him ashamed. Regret? I did regret my actions. But so what? They were the ones who humiliated me. They said that I looked inhumane and that I was a beast. That's why I killed them all. Was I wrong in exacting my vengeance? The otherworldly demon roared through gritted teeth. You don't think you have done wrong? All right then. After killing your foster parents and torching the village to fill your stomach, you headed to the closest young city. Due to your tall stature and sturdy build, you were recruited to become a bodyguard for a wealthy family. Your employers provided you with decent food, lodging, and even imparted a cultivation technique to you. And yet, how did you repay them? With an icy cold voice, Zhang Xian continued, out of lust for the young mistress of the family, you raped and killed her. And out of fear that your employer would exact vengeance on you upon learning of the matter, you killed his entire clan of 78 people. It's a pity that that old man still believed in you even when your sword was placed right on his throat. Regarding this, there's no mistake in my words, right? There were many flaws in the soul attacks from the otherworldly demon, and it originated from these doubts he harbored in his mind. It was due to the conflict and regret he felt that his temperament slowly declined, resulting in his inability to unleash his full strength. Otherwise, given how fearsome the otherworldly demonic tribe was, it wouldn't be possible for Hong Shi and the other master teachers to capture a mature otherworldly demon so easily. The otherworldly demon trembled yet again. When the master teacher pavilion sent men after you, you slew more than 20 master teacher, and even when you were captured by Hong Shi, you still refused to repent. You attempted to escape and recuperate by killing others to absorb their strength. A bastard like you who is neither a human, a beast, nor an otherworldly demon actually dares to claim that humans are lowly. Let me direct the same question to you once more. What right do you have to say that humans are lowly? Before the other party could speak, Zhang Xian pushed further on. His voice carried immense authority that weighed down the otherworldly demon's soul. Despite being an otherworldly demon, you failed to be acknowledged by your tribe. Living in the human world, you ended up killing your kin and friends, thus becoming a scorn of humanity. What right do you have to continue existing on the face of this world? Flinging his sleeves, Zhang Xian spoke with a compelling strength in his voice. Kill yourself. The otherworldly demon's body trembled, and his eyes turned into blank voids. Indeed, what right do I have to continue existing on the face of this world? Lifting his palm, he struck his forehead. His gigantic body swayed and collapsed lifelessly to the floor. Chapter 581. The test is on reading books? He committed suicide? Zhang Shi actually convinced the otherworldly demon to commit suicide. The crowd went completely silent. The otherworldly demonic tribe was known for being terrifying, and the one before them was a consonant spirit realm expert. Except for Hong Shi, there was no one else present who was a match for him. And yet, the other party was actually convinced by Zhang Shi to commit suicide. Did it have to be so fantastical? Could it be that we're dreaming? It's impartation of heaven's will. Isn't it an ability that only could be executed in the midst of a lesson? As long as the content of one's words are logical and without flaws, one can infuse one's soul depth into one's words to beguile another to do things they might have never done. It seemed like what Zhang Shi said previously was correct, and through such, he managed to agitate the otherworldly demon to a corner and force him to commit suicide. Impartation of heaven's will can actually convince a person to commit suicide? Doesn't that mean that master teachers can easily kill one as long as they can find something true to speak about? It's not that easy. Not only must the matter be true, it must also be aligned with the internal thoughts of the person in question for it to be effective. Take cultivation, for example. The main reason why impartation of heaven's will is effective on the cultivation of most cultivators is due to their subconscious minds acknowledging the need to cultivate, and thus, they would instinctively accept the effects of impartation of heaven's will. Even though this otherworldly demon possessed a savage nature, he was still raised by humans, and inculcated within him are our values. The guilt he felt over his actions was the main reason why Zhang Shi was able to persuade him to commit suicide. I see. However, to be able to beguile a consonant spirit realm otherworldly demon, even the soul depth of a 4-star pinnacle master teacher would be insufficient. Exactly how high is Zhang Shi's soul depth? 15. 0? 16. 0? A moment later, the crowd below also learnt of the ins and outs of the matter, and a commotion broke out. It was clear that the reason why the otherworldly demon committed suicide was due to the effects of impartation of heaven's will. But the soul depth of a 4-star master teacher would only allow one to beguile a transcendent mortal 4-dan expert. A 5-dan expert would require an even higher soul depth. Not to mention, the otherworldly demon before them possessed an extraordinarily powerful soul. Even so, he was still beguiled. Since that was the case, exactly how high was Zhang Shi's soul depth then? This was way too fearsome. He was actually killed by words? The sight before them sent tears flowing down Pavilion Master Kong and the other master teachers' faces. They thought that Zhang Shi's days was stirring up trouble in itself, but it seemed like they were underestimating the latter. Of the 2 tests that had been conducted, he wrecked the both of them entirely. If they didn't know better, they would have thought his primary motive here was to stir trouble. Beneath the stage, Ruohuan Gongzi, Luo Xian, and the others were rendered speechless. They had witnessed how fearsome that huge fellow was for themselves, and they knew that they would have never been able to stand their ground against such frightening killing intent. And yet, not only was Zhang Shi fine, he even convinced the latter to commit suicide. Are you sure that this fellow is truly 10 years younger than us? Could he be a 6-star or 7-star master teacher in disguise? The mouth of Liao Wuji, who was looking down on Zhang Xian just a moment ago, twitched in fright, and he didn't dare to utter a single more word. Disregarding the thoughts of the crowd, Zhang Xian glanced at the massive carcass on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. The reason why he had been dazing off previously was due to the immense shock he felt from reading the vile deeds this fellow had committed. He was already enraged from reading those events, and upon seeing how that fellow knew no repent, even going to the extent of insulting humanity as a whole, he couldn't hold back his rage any longer and utilized the impartation of heaven's will to kill the other party. His current soul depth had reached 16.1, which was at the level of most 5-star master teacher. Even so, it still wasn't easy for him to beguile an otherworldly demon to commit suicide, and it had exhausted him greatly. If not for a strong will driving him on, he might have collapsed then. Zhang Xian possessed 0.1 soul depth at the very start. The usage of 2 golden pages increased by soul depth by 10.0. The soul tempering of a mentor's calligraphy 1.0. 2 occasions of acknowledgement of celestial master teacher 3.0. Soul enlightenment 2.0. Thus adding up to a total of 16.1. But it was fortunate that he succeeded. Taking a deep breath, he conditioned the internal state of his body, after which he turned around to look at Hong Shi, only to see the latter's mouth twitching uncontrollably. The current Hong Shi was indeed on the verge of a mental breakdown. That ghost domain illusory city was already his entire fortune. After it was destroyed, he was banking on bringing this otherworldly demon to the headquarters and submit it to recoup his losses. And yet, in the blink of an eye, the otherworldly demon was convinced to commit suicide. Big brother, are you trying to drive me into a corner as well? Are you here to participate in the Master Teacher Tournament, or are you here to cause trouble? Besides, we're only halfway through the courage test. How am I supposed to continue on with the test under such circumstances? It was one thing for the first test to end like this, but for the second test to be like that as well. Are you actually trying to annul the Master Teacher Tournament? Just as Hong Shi was considering whether he should kick that fellow out of the Master Teacher Tournament, the latter's voice sounded. Hong Shi, what do I do with the carcass? Otherworldly demons are callous in nature. Killing one of them can be considered to be a meritorious contribution to society. You don't have to worry about the carcass. Someone will clear it later on. Even though Hong Shi's heart was bleeding, He could only force a smile on and reply in such a manner. Anyway, there was nothing he could do anymore. The otherworldly demon was already dead, and there was no point pursuing the matter. On the contrary, it would only make the master teachers think that he was siding with the otherworldly demons. With the death of the otherworldly demon, the courage test is unable to proceed on as planned. So, with the exception of the trio who escaped earlier, all remaining 53 master teachers on the stage shall proceed on to the next test. Knowing that there was no point feeling conflicted over this, Hongshi forced a smile on his face and proceeded on with the tournament. Yes. Hearing those words, the unkempt master teachers who were lying on the floor stood up and heaved a sigh of relief. They shot a glance of gratitude toward Zhang Shi. If not for this Zhang Shi, most of them would have been unable to clear the test. It was fortunate for them that Zhang Shi had caused such a huge uproar. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Hongshi announced, moving on to the third test, this shall be a test of wisdom. Wisdom forms the basis for a cultivator to learning new knowledge. The higher one's wisdom is, the stronger one's capability to learn, and thus, the greater potential a master teacher wields. Don't worry, this test won't be as dangerous as the one before. It only involves reading. Reading? Everyone was taken aback. There's a total of 56 bookshelves here, and there are 5,000 books on each shelf. These are from my individual collection, and I can assure you that the books on each shelf are identical, and it is impossible for any competitor here to have read them before. The subjects the books span from cultivation techniques, battle techniques, rearing spirit beasts, all the way to my personal comprehension toward cultivation. I'll give you 2 hours to browse and memorize the contents of these books. With a wave of his hands, the fog covering the center of the stage vanished, and row after row of bookshelves appeared before everyone's sight. Each shelf was completely filled with books, or to be exact, 5,000 each. The rules behind this test is simple, you just have to read the books on the bookshelf. In 2 hours, I'll use a unique method to test your understanding of the content, and through this, determine your wisdom, Hongshi said. This is the test? Hearing the rules, Zhang Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. He might not be confident in anything else, but in terms of reading, to put it in terms of a marathon, he was innumerable streets ahead of all other competitors. Even an 8-star master teacher would have to kneel in defeat before him. For this to be the test, he felt as though he was bullying the other competitors. Forget it. I'll just intentionally make a few mistakes when answering the questions later on. Anyway, my goal is just to pass the test, and this time, I have to make sure that I don't break anything else of Hongshi's. Zhang Xian made up his mind. He did feel guilty for messing up the test, thus causing the other competitors to be unable to take the test. But he really didn't do it intentionally. In the first test, he only planned to stop the formation. How could he have known that his clone would accidentally exert too much strength and destroy the stone pedestal? As for the second test, there was no one in the world who would able to hold themselves back after hearing of the atrocities the otherworldly demon had committed. Honestly, Zhang Xian felt that he had let the other party off the hook too easily by allowing him to commit suicide. If this wasn't the Master Teacher Pavilion, Zhang Xian would have surely punished that otherworldly demon personally. But of course, it was likely that Zhang Xian wasn't a match for the other party, so it was fortunate that that wasn't the case. Regardless of whether he had done so intentionally or not, it was the truth that he had caused immense damage in his wake for the previous 2 tests. Thus, he was determined not to allow the same mistake to occur in this test. At most, he would just read fewer books, or perhaps, intentionally make some mistakes in the answering of the question. It would suffice as long as he passes the test. Low profile. Zhang Xian thought that it would be best to keep a low profile and not attract too much attention. If the others were to learn of his thoughts, they would surely burst into tears. You call this keeping a low profile? Look at Hongshi. He's already on the verge of going insane. If you call this low profile, all of the celebrities in the world would have been fired from their jobs already. Gesturing grandly, Hongshi declared, "All right, choose a bookshelf each. The time starts now. Quick, memorize 5,000 books within 2 hours? How can that possibly be done? Are you a fool? Hongshi didn't say that we must take in the content of all 5,000 books. We just have to remember as many as we could. Indeed, even though, as 4-star master teachers, we possess photographic memory, it would still be difficult for us to memorize the content of a few hundred books within this span of time. 5,000 books, even a 6-star master teacher would be incapable of such a feat. Hearing that the test had started, all of the participants quickly rushed forward to one of the bookshelves. On the other hand, Zhang Xian leisurely walked up to the last bookshelf, remaining after everyone was done picking their own. The books on the bookshelves were clearly new. Most likely, they were freshly copied over. The labels were a little bizarre, and to Zhang Xian's surprise, he truly hadn't seen any of them before. He had collected innumerable books from several libraries, and while it might be an exaggeration to say that even combining the knowledge of everyone present here wouldn't match up to his, it wasn't too far away from the truth. Given the huge collection of books he had read, Zhang Xian actually hadn't seen any one of these 5,000 books before. It seemed like Hong Shi had truly put a lot of effort into this tournament. Gently sliding his finger across the books, Zhang Xian collected them into the Library of Heaven's Path. There are loads of transcendent mortal 4-dan cultivation technique manuals here. Taking a closer look into the books that he had collected, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. There were actually several hundred transcendent, mortal 4-dan cultivation technique manuals on the bookshelf. He had been struggling to find cultivation technique manuals of this tier, and it was a huge stroke of luck that he managed to find them here. With so many books here, he might be able to compile a complete clarifying turbidity realm Heaven's Path divine art, thus inducing a leap in his cultivation. Compile. On the outside, Zhang Xian causally picked out a book and began flipping through it. However, his consciousness was actually immersed in the Library of Heaven's Path. The Library of Heaven's Path shook, and all of the transcendent mortal 4-dan cultivation technique manuals which he had collected before gathered together. Before long, a brand new book appeared before his eyes. Chapter 582, Day's Book Reading Technique Beneath the Stage. Given that the test is on reading books this time round, Zhang Shi shouldn't cause any trouble, right? I think so. Pavilion Master Kong, Su Shi, and the others wiped the cold sweat off their forehead. This Zhang Shi seemed to be bent on causing a huge ruckus for every single test he took. It was as if he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't scare them to death. They were initially worried that Zhang Shi would cause something in the third round as well, but from the looks of it now, the chances should be near null. After all, unlike the first two tests, this test consisted of simply reading. There didn't seem to be any room for Zhang Shi to cause any trouble. What is Zhang Shi doing? Just as they heaved a sigh of relief, Ling Shi's voice cried out. Alarmed, Pavilion Master Kong and Su Shi leaped from their seats. What's wrong? Did he destroy the bookshelves? Or did he burn the books? The duo quickly turned their sights to Zhang Shi, only to see the latter reading peacefully. The shocks that Zhang Xian had caused them had left a deep trauma in their hearts. As such, whenever they hear of anything relating to him, they would immediately think that the latter had done something catastrophic. Seeing the tense looks on the duo, Ling Shi was speechless. Pointing forward, he said, "That's not it. Rather, everyone seems to be in a rush to cram as many books in as possible, but why is he standing completely still after grabbing that book?" Pavilion Master Kong and Su Shi finally understood what was wrong about the scene. They saw Zhang Shi walking up to the bookshelf and tracing the books with his fingers, seemingly trying to look a book that interests him. After choosing his book, he flipped it open and entered into a daze again. It was exactly how he'd reacted before the otherworldly demon. Could there be some special significance behind his dazing off? Zhao Feiwu's eyebrows shot up as she exclaimed, "Could this be the Day's Book Reading Technique?" Day's Book Reading Technique? Pavilion Master Kong and the others were bewildered by Zhao Feiwu's words. Actually, back when Zhang Shi was taking the examination for other occupations, he utilized the beast pummeling taming method, the knockout treatment method, and the formation crushing kick technique. So, I'm wondering if this is another technique of his. Zhao Feiwu had been with Zhang Xian for a significant period of time, and she had witnessed many inconceivable means from the latter. Beast pummeling taming method? Knockout treatment method? Formation-crushing kick technique? The three four-star master teachers glanced at one another in confusion. What the heck are these? I don't seem to understand what you are talking about. Oh, it's actually like that. Zhao Feiwu began explaining the various incidents she had encountered in detail. There's such a thing? Upon hearing of the matters, the three master teachers widened their eyes in shock. It felt as though what they had just heard came from a dream. To tame a savage beast just by beating it up, to heal anyone just by knocking them out, to break any formation with just a single kick. Why did it sound like something that had come out of a fantasy novel? It seemed like this fellow truly couldn't be assessed through common sense. Anyone who tried to do so would probably go mad. Since there were so many precedents, perhaps he might truly have such a unique way of reading books. But even so, if all he's going to stare at is a single page, surely there would be nothing for him to read and learn. After recovering from the primary shock, more doubts emerged in their minds. No matter how formidable your day's book reading technique is, even if it allows you to comprehend the content within in an instant, if all you are just going to stare at one page the whole time, how are you supposed to read anything else? At the very least, shouldn't you flip the pages of the book? Is Zhang Shi giving up on this stage? They weren't the only bewildered ones. There were some among the crowd that noticed this peculiarity, and they were confused by Zhang Xian's actions too. In the previous 2 rounds, he had caused so much trouble that even Hong Shi was left on the verge of a frenzy. The crowd below must be blind if they couldn't notice his uniqueness. Naturally, such a unique person would have the spotlight on him. The crowd thought that he, just like the other participants, would quickly flip through the books to memorize as many of them as he could. And yet, after picking up a single one, he stopped moving altogether. Wasn't his efficiency a little, way too low? There was no way he could match up to the others with this kind of speed. Did he use up all of his talent in the past 2 rounds? Oblivious to the reactions of the crowd, at this very moment, Zhang Xian was staring at the nearly compiled clarifying turbidity realm heaven's path divine art with gleaming eyes. He thought that he would only be able to compile it after reaching Huanyu Empire. Never in his dreams did he expect to be able to perfect it through this preliminary selection test. With the cultivation technique perfected and sufficient number of spirit stones in his storage ring, it wasn't a problem for him to reach transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle right now. It was a pity that he was in the midst of the preliminary selection test. If he were to cultivate the Heaven's Path divine art right here, who knows how many eyeballs would pop out from their sockets. Thus, all Zhang Xian could do was reread the manual and understand the essence of the cultivation technique entirely. After he was done, he turned his attention to the other books. To think that there would be books on souls here as well. Sweeping through the rest of the 5,000 books, he found quite a few books about soul as well. Most of them were Hong Shi's notes on his comprehension of the topic. As a transcendent mortal 6-dan cosmos bridge realm expert, Hong Shi's possessed a unique interpretation of the topic of souls. Compile. Zhang Xian compiled the notes on soul with the techniques Mo Hunxing gave him. Soon, a book was formed. Transcendent Mortal 5-dan Heaven's Path Soul Art. To think that I would get to complete Heaven's Path cultivation technique through this preliminary selection, Zhang Xian thought in agitation. He had come with the thought of just getting the Master Teacher tournament over and done with. He didn't expect to be given enough valuable books to perfect a cultivation realm of Heaven's Path Divine Art and Heaven's Path Soul Art. This meant that his fighting prowess could be raised significantly once he found some free time to cultivate. The rest of the books weren't of much use to Zhang Xian. He swept across them with his mind, but he couldn't find anything that interested him. Thus, he drew his consciousness out of the library of Heaven's Path. Only 10 minutes have passed? When his consciousness returned, he realized that only 10 minutes had passed. In total, they were given 2 hours. In less than a tenth of the time, Zhang Xian had already finished browsing through all of the books. If he were to say that he was done with the test, Hong Shi could very possibly faint from shock. But still, he couldn't possibly stand idly here and wait for others to be done. Forget it, since I still have some time. Why don't I try memorizing the content in those books as well? Since Zhang Xian had nothing better to do now, he decided to try memorizing and deciphering the content of the books as well. But of course, he would be doing so through the library of Heaven's Path. After all, it was much more efficient that way. Upon making this decision, Zhang Xian immediately dived straight into action. Immersing his consciousness back to the library of Heaven's Path, he picked up a book and began reading through it. Walalala. Back then, when he was only at Tongxin Realm, he was already able to read at a speed dozens of times faster in the library of Heaven's Path. With his strengthened soul, this ability of his had been further enhanced. In the time when the master teachers outside read through a handful of books, he was already done memorizing the content of all 5,000 books. As such, Zhang Xian turned to the other books in the library of Heaven's Path. In the past few months, Zhang Xian had gathered more than 10 million books in the library of Heaven's Path, and he hadn't had the time to browse through them yet. Since he was free now, he decided to take a look at them. Time passed swiftly as his mind was completely immersed in those books. Suddenly, Hongshi declared, "All right, time's up. Everyone, put down the books in your hands." Hearing that time was up, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Withdrawing from the library of Heaven's Path, he put down the book and took a glance at the other competitors. At this moment, everyone looked a little fatigued, and their faces were considerably pale. 2 hours of operating one's mind at full throttle to memorize the content of those books had taken a huge toll on them. How many books have you memorized? 820 books. What about you? I did slightly better than you. I managed to memorize 917 books. Putting down the books in their hands, everyone walked to Hongshi. There were some hushed conversations between some of the participants. Given that their soul depths were all beyond 10,0, they possessed photographic memory. Still, it was no easy feat to browse through and memorize all those books. Honestly, 800 to 900 books in 2 hours was the limit for most 4-star master teachers. Ruohuan Gongzi walked over and asked, "Zhang Shi, how many books did you memorize?" Me. Fearing that he would scare the other party to death if he were to utter the truth, Zhang Xian scratched his head and replied, "It should the same as yours." "Same as mine? I read 1240 books. Did you reach around 1200 books too?" Ruohuan Gongzi asked doubtfully. Given how formidable Zhang Shi's performance was all along, how could the other party have the same result as him? Ruohuan Gongzi found the other party's words hard to believe. I think it should be around that amount. Right? How will Hongshi assess the number of books we have read? Zhang Xian asked curiously. Since this was a test on wisdom, clearly, they couldn't be assessed just by the number of books they managed to read. More importantly, the participants must be able to memorize and comprehend the content. But how is this going to be tested? After all, they couldn't possibly recite the content of the books they have read line after line, given the sheer number of books they have read. I don't know either. Hongshi should be revealing it soon. Ruohuan Gongzi was perplexed too. To be fair, reciting or writing down the content would be the best way. But this is just the preliminary selection. They couldn't possibly drag it out over several days just for this single test. It would be too inefficient. Besides, how many books do they have to memorize to pass the test? Furthermore, the word count in each book was different. If they were to count purely by books, that might introduce so biasness in the results. And in truth, all of the other participants also shared the same confusion. Is everyone worried about how the test will be carried out? Seemingly noticing everyone's doubts, Hongshi chuckled. Don't worry. Since I've proposed this test, naturally, I have my own way of assessing you. Stroking his beard, Hongshi's eyebrows shot up. Based on my experiments, an average 4-star primary stage master teacher can memorize around 500 books in 2 hours. But of course, as geniuses of your respective power, the expectations of you are much higher. Thus, after much deliberation, I've decided to set the bars at 800 books. Those who fail to memorize 800 books will be eliminated from the tournament. 800 books? Amongst the crowd, around a dozen young men's faces paled. Clearly, the number of books they had read didn't reach that number. But of course, each book is unique, and thus, we have to consider the varying length and the difficulty of the content of each book as well. Thus, while the standard I've set is 800, if you specifically choose to only memorize the thinner and easier books, your score might end up below 600. Hongshi continued, To ensure fairness in this aspect, I've applied for a treasure from the headquarters, the Book of Emptied River. Chapter 583. Book of Emptied River. Book of Emptied River? What is that? I've never heard of it. Given that it's an artifact that Hong Shi applied to the headquarters for, it must be extraordinary. Indeed. Hearing of the Book of Emptied River, confusion surfaced on the faces of the master teachers on the stage. No one here had heard of it, and even Pavilion Master Kong, Su Shi, and the others were perplexed over this matter. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, Hong Shi explained with a smile, as master teachers, everyone should have heard of the saying that knowledge isn't just words or information, it has its own weight as well. I've heard of that saying. Knowledge will reinforce one's mental fortitude and refine one's disposition. The more knowledge accrued, the denser one's soul will become. It's said that back then, Kong Shi was able to sink the earth and tilt the oceans with just a single stomp, and that's because the knowledge he harnessed within him encompassed the entire world. Indeed, after Kong Shi departed, even though his 72 direct disciple possessed cultivation comparable to him, they weren't capable of exerting the same might as he did. Discussions broke out amidst the crowd. Zhang Xin couldn't help but nod his head as well. He didn't know too much about the affairs of Kong Shi, but from the books, he learnt that knowledge carried weight as well. Even though knowledge was intangible, it could make a person more cultured and collected. Since knowledge has weight, naturally, it can be measured. And the artifact to do so is the Book of Emptied River. Hong Shi continued, empty the river sediment to reveal true gold, part the veiling fog to uncover clear moon. The Book of Emptied River is able to peer through all of one's facades to weigh one's knowledge. This artifact was created by an 8-star master teacher 10,000 years ago, and it harnesses a function to search one's soul. As long as you place your hand on it, it'll determine the weight of the knowledge you have accrued within a certain period of time. Of course, it can only weigh into the knowledge one has accrued. It can't analyze one's thoughts, so there's no need for you to worry. The one I've borrowed from the headquarters is an inferior good, but it is more than enough to check the number of books you have read. Weigh one's knowledge? How incredible! Indeed, this is amazing. As expected of an artifact from the headquarters. Upon hearing that this artifact was capable of assessing the amount of knowledge one had accrued, everyone was amazed. Usually, if a teacher instructs his student to study, even if the student lazes off, the teacher isn't able to check. But with this artifact, he could simply weigh his student's knowledge and determine whether his student has been diligent or not. This is also the main reason why the Book of Emptied River was created. With a flick of his finger, a book appeared before everyone's eyes. The book was snowy white in color and average in size. However, its very presence seemed to induce an intense spiritual energy disturbance in the surroundings, indicating that it was no ordinary artifact. Placing the book on the table before him, Hong Shi turned to the crowd and explained, the Book of Emptied River will emanate 7 different colors depending on the amount of knowledge one has accrued within a specific period of time. The colors are namely red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Every rise in color equates to 800 books, meaning, if the Book of Emptied River glows red, it means that you've passed the examination. If it glows orange, it means that you've managed to memorize the content of 1,600 books, so on and so forth. Thus, you will come up one by one to touch the book. To think that it would be so simple. Given that the artifact was made by an 8-star master teacher, we have no qualms about the fairness of the test. Hearing Hong Shi's explanation, everyone came to a realization and nodded their heads. Since it was a treasure from the headquarters, there was definitely no trouble at all. I'm done for. But contrary to everyone's delight, Zhang Xin's vision went dark, and he nearly fainted on the spot. If he'd known that he was going to be assessed by such an artifact, he would never have read so many books. In that 2 hours, the other competitors might have only read a few hundred to more than 1,000 books, but he, by browsing through the books using his soul, had managed to read around 200,000 books. He thought that the test would involve a few questions testing him on the content of the books, and he could easily keep a low profile. Who knew that everything would spiral out of his control so quickly? How was he supposed to keep a low profile like that? There was no way he could make an artifact created by an 8-star master teacher lie for him. What was he supposed to do now? While Zhang Xian was conflicted, Hong Shi stroked his beard and asked the crowd, "All right, let's begin the test. Who wants to go first?" This. Everyone glanced at one another, and after a moment of hesitation, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to look at Zhang Xian in unison. "Why don't we allow Zhang Shi to go first again?" "Indeed. Zhang Shi, feel free to go first. We're in no hurry at all." A few of them urged Zhang Xian forward. But before Zhang Xian could reply, Hong Shi, upon seeing the sight, staggered and nearly spewed blood. "Of course none of you will be in a hurry. All of you are just hoping that Zhang Shi will cause some kind of trouble once more, so that you can pass the test easily. This might be good news to you. But how am I to account this matter to the Master Teacher Pavilion if such a farce were to occur once more?" With a reddened face, Hong Shi immediately raised his hands and instructed, "All right, since no one has stepped forward, let's go by age once more. But this time, we'll start from the oldest." It wasn't that Hong Shi wanted to discriminate against Zhang Shi, but this fellow was simply too fearsome. If he were to allow him to go up first, who knew what would happen to this book of emptied river? At the very least, the ghost domain illusory city and otherworldly demon belonged to him, so he could still bear the burden of them breaking. However, the book of emptied river was borrowed from the headquarter, and it had to be returned after the test. "I'm going last?" Not expecting even a 5-star master teacher to be so scared of him, Zhang Xian shook his head, not knowing whether he should laugh or cry. In any case, going first or last made no difference to him. All that mattered at the moment was for him to pass the test, so he didn't pay too much heed to the matter. Besides, he didn't have the effort to be thinking about it either. The most urgent matter at hand was to figure out how he could hide the knowledge which he had just learned. Hearing the decision made by Hong Shi, Pavilion Master Kong and the others were also dumbstruck. Zhang Shi, to be able to instill such fear into the host of the Master Teacher Tournament, sure is talented. Now that the rules had been established, the rest was simple. The first participant to head up was the oldest Master Teacher of the Group A Master Teacher for Mingxia Empire. This Master Teacher was also among the top 10 of the list of contenders to look out for, and his cultivation had reached clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle. Upon hearing that he was to be up first, he started walking toward the book of emptied river. Everyone's eyes gathered on him. Taking a deep breath, the Master Teacher placed his hand on the book momentarily before withdrawing it. The snowy white book shook for an instant before a clear crisp sounded, and a red light shone. Red light. He has passed the test. Wonderful. To be able to weigh one's knowledge, this artifact really is amazing. Seeing the book of emptied river in operation left everyone excited. In their view, artifacts were mainly used in battle or to raise one cultivation. This was their first time seeing an artifact capable of testing one's knowledge. Hong Shi nodded his head in commendation as he asked, "How many books did you read?" Reporting to Hong Shi, "I've read a total of 1,238 books," the Master Teacher replied. Not bad." Hong Shi complimented before announcing the result. Mingxia Empire's Lu Quan has passed the test. Next, Hengsha Empire's Zhang Mingji. Hearing his name being called, a young man stepped forward. Zhang Mingji. Even though he was the second oldest among all of the master teachers gathered here, his cultivation was only at Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan primary stage, and he was ranked at the lower end of the group. Walking to the Book of Emptied River, he placed his river on it. But different from before, the Book of Emptied River didn't react at all. It was as if his hands had never touched it. It seems like he failed to read 800 books. After waiting a moment later and confirming that there was no reaction from the Book of Emptied River, everyone shook their heads. "I have only read 771 books," Zhang Mingji explained with a bitter smile. He thought that since he was just a little off from reaching 800, he might be able to smoke his way through. But from the looks of it now, it was impossible to fool the Book of Emptied River. Hong Shi nodded. Zhang Mingji has failed the test and he'll be eliminated from the tournament. Next. After the first two participants, everyone got a better understanding of the mystical effects of the Book of Emptied River, following which, based on their age, the master teachers tested the number of books they have read one by one. 2 hours later, all 53 participants, with the exception of Zhang Xian, had been tested. This wisdom test wasn't as simple as it seemed. In total, 17 people were eliminated, and after some questioning, all of them had failed to memorize 800 books. In fact, there was one who memorized 799 books, but the Book of Emptied River still deemed him to have failed, and he could only leave in disappointment. The results of the Book of Emptied River sure are accurate. Seeing how the Book of Emptied River could gauge the difference of even a single book, the crowd couldn't help but be impressed by its accuracy. As expected of a treasure from the headquarters, it was indeed fearsome. Of the 35 people who had passed the test, the one with the best result at the moment wasn't Luo Xian nor Liao Wuji. Surprisingly, it was one of Zhang Xian's acquaintance, Song Chao. During his test, the Book of Emptied River actually emanated an orange glow. This meant that he had memorized a total of 1,600 books. To be able to memorize so many books in just 2 hours, his memorization ability was nothing short of monstrous. Even Zhang Xian was surprised by his results. Even though that fellow looked a little slow on the surface, he didn't expect him to have such a good memory. Ruahuan Gongzi's result of 1,200 or so books was also amongst the forefront. Last but not least, Zhang Shi. Following Hong Shi's declaration, everyone turned their eyes to the troublemaking young man. Zhang Shi is about to be assessed. I'm really curious to see what his results will be. I don't think he'll fare too well in this test. I took a look at him during the test just now, and all he did over the course of the test was take out a book and go into a daze. Under such circumstances, it will be difficult for him to achieve good results. I think so too, but no matter what, this is Zhang Shi. Given his astounding results in the previous 2 tests, I find it hard to believe that he will be eliminated in this round. Let's wait and see then. After the previous 2 tests, Zhang Xian had already become the center of attention. Everyone was curious to see how the fellow who smashed the previous 2 tests would fare in this one. Seeing that he couldn't hide any further, Zhang Xian walked forward with a depressed look. He had been racking his brain over this problem throughout the entire duration, but he still couldn't find a feasible solution to it. Forget it. I'll just have to get it done with. Knowing that it was impossible for him to avoid it, Zhang Xian could only muster his courage and step forward. He placed his hand on the Book of Emptied River and retracted it quickly. Then, he stared at the book, curious to see what color it would glow. Chapter 584. Spiritual Perception Book Reading Technique. Under Zhang Xian's stare, the Book of Emptied River remained motionless, as though nothing had been done at all. Why isn't it moving at all? Could it be that he failed the test? It can't be. That would truly be disastrous. But given how formidable Zhang Shi is, how could he possibly be unable to memorize 800 books? After waiting a moment longer, seeing the Book of Emptied River remaining motionless, everyone was taken aback. There was no reaction on the part of the Book of Emptied River. It could only mean that the number of books Zhang Xian read was less than 800. And if he didn't meet this mark, it means that he would be eliminated. No matter how astounding his results were for the previous rounds, he would be disqualified from this tournament. How could this be? This is such a huge pity. I thought that given how formidable Zhang Shi is, he would surely be able to get into the top 10. To think that he would fall here. It's indeed surprising how he failed to memorize 800 books. He should have known he would have ended up like that when he went into a daze. A commotion broke out amidst the crowd. There were some who expressed their pity, while there were some who gloated over the matter as well. The outstanding performance of this Zhang Shi in the previous 2 rounds had convinced others of his capability, and many saw him as the dark horse of the tournament. Never in their dreams did they expect him to be eliminated in such a manner. This, Pavilion Master Kong, Su Shi, and the others felt as though their heads were bursting apart. They were on the verge of tears at this point. They were still worried that Zhang Shi would cause some kind of trouble, but in the end, it turned out that he didn't pass the test at all. This meant that all of the hopes they had pinned on him had been crushed. Pavilion Master Kong had an awful expression on his face for a long moment before he managed to recover. Sighing, he shook his head and said, "In the end, it seems like Zhang Shi is still much too young." Even though he was talented and had a formidable teacher, he was still unable to stand his ground on such formal occasions. Sighing, a dejected look surfaced on Pavilion Master Kang's face. He seemed as though he had aged by a decade in an instant. He had devoted significant effort into this tournament, and he thought that with Zhang Xian's appearance, the long trend behind Myriad Kingdom Alliance's poor performance in the Master-Teacher tournament could be broken, but in the end, his hopes had fallen empty, just like many times before. On the other hand, Hong Shi trembled, and a frenzied look appeared on his face. Who was the young man before him? Yang Shi's student. Even though the latter had put him in a very awkward position in the previous 2 rounds, he still thought that this was to be expected. After all, how could a direct disciple of an 8-star master teacher be someone ordinary? And yet, the other party ended up being eliminated. The main goal of Pavilion Master Mo in leaving behind a high-tier spirit stone was to motivate Zhang Shi as well as to win a favor from him. And yet, the latter actually failed in the preliminary selection. How was he going to survive as a master teacher now that he had gotten on the bad side of the Pavilion Master of the headquarters? Not to mention, there was an 8-star master teacher standing behind Zhang Shi. He could feel tears welling up in his eyes, threatening to spill at any moment. Zhang Shi passing the test was awful enough, but him not passing the test was even worse. He must be the first host of the Master Teacher Tournament to land in such a state. But even so, since the result was out, he couldn't change his words. Otherwise, the preliminary selection would lose its meaning, and his integrity as the host would be questioned. Thus, he could only muster his courage and announce, since the Book of Emptied River didn't glow, it means that Zhang Shi didn't pass the test. Alright, let's move on to the last test. Halfway through his announcement, he suddenly noticed the shocked, widened eyes of the crowd below, as if they had seen a ghost. What's wrong? Perplexed, Hong Shi turned around and looked, and in an instant, he was dumbfounded as well. Unknowingly, the Book of Emptied River was already floating in the air, and its entire body was glowing a bright shade of red. Just when Hong Shi was contemplating the reason behind the difference in the shade of red, the color of the glow changed orange, and after which, orange, green, blue, indigo, and violet. In an instant, it was as if someone had opened up a rainbow kaleidoscope, or the most brilliant and beautiful firework had exploded. Bright colors filled the entire surroundings. 7 colors? Hong Shi was stunned. He had seen before someone inducing a red glow, an orange glow, a yellow glow, a green glow, but 7 interchanging colors, what the heck? Could it be that the Book of Emptied River had suddenly got high on something, so it decided to show a few colors to celebrate? Or did it suffer a stroke and malfunction? But such a matter had never happened before. Suddenly, someone amidst the crowd exclaimed, could it be that the Book of Emptied River had just finished analyzing Zhang Shi's knowledge, and it's reflecting his results now? To take so long to analyze? Is that even possible? For it to take so long, how many books must he have read? Hearing those words, a huge commotion broke out. If this matter had happened to someone else, they would have surely just attributed it to the book malfunctioning. But since the person in question was Zhang Shi, they couldn't exclude any possibility. Given how this fellow was able to tear down the ghost domain illusory city and convince an otherworldly demon to commit suicide, it wouldn't be unimaginable for him to turn the Book of Emptied River into a fireworks simulator. Gotcha! While the crowd was in the midst of their discussion, a crisp sound suddenly echoed. The Book of Emptied River, after flickering for innumerable times, suddenly swayed. A crack slowly crept across it, and it fell from the sky, torn into 2 halves. Ah! Seeing the precious Book of Emptied River being torn apart, everyone was shocked for a moment before realization struck them. There's no doubt about it now, it is true. Yes, Zhang Shi must be the culprit behind it. Otherwise, how could it possibly have broken all of the sudden? If they were still hesitant as to the reason why the Book of Emptied River was going bonkers all of the sudden, upon seeing it torn into 2, they were confident that it was Zhang Shi's doing. Given the many precedents that fellow had set, who else could it be? Hong sure was pitiful. Breaking an object borrowed from the headquarters, he would surely be punished severely. Thinking so, everyone turned to look at the elder on the stage with a sympathetic look. They were just about to utter words of consolation when what they saw made their eyes widen further. Upon seeing the torn book of Emptied River, not only did Hong Shi seem in the least panicked or sorrowful, excitement was even gleaming in his eyes. His face flushed a deep shade of red out of excitement, and if not for the etiquette he had cultivated over the years, he might have leaped up in exhilaration. What was going on? Didn't you borrow this artifact from the headquarters? Since it has been destroyed, shouldn't you be distressed? Then why are you trembling uncontrollably in agitation, as though you have eaten an aphrodisiac? What happened to Hong Shi? In the previous 2 stages, when Zhang Shi destroyed his possessions, he had a clear look of displeasure on his face. Why would he look so excited this time round? Zhao Feiwu was perplexed. Most probably, Pavilion Master Kong contemplated for a long period of time before continuing. He has just gotten used to it. Gotten used to it? The excited Hong Shi staggered upon hearing those words. How open of a heart must he have to get used to having his prized possessions being shattered? Naturally, the reason why he was happy wasn't because he had gotten used to having his items being destroyed, but that Zhang Shi wasn't eliminated. The Book of Emptied River might be precious, but compared to getting on the bad side of Pavilion Master Imo and Yang Shi, it was nothing at all. It was clear which was the lesser of the 2 evils. Given that Zhang Shi had passed the test, naturally, this was something for him to celebrate. But still, he was probably the only host in the history of master-teacher tournaments to be delighted over having his own possession destroyed. Red light means one has memorized 800 books, orange light means one has memorized 1600 books, so on and so forth. Given that all of the lights have flickered continuously, Zhang Shi, exactly how many books have you memorized in the past 2 hours? Recovering from his negative emotions, Hong Shi turned to look at the youngster with doubt in his eyes. Given that memorizing 5,600 books would induce a violet light, and that fellow had induced the violet light to appear as though a firework, even causing the inferior tier Book of Emptied River to break into 2 from being overloaded. How many books must he have read for such a situation to occur? Thinking of the same thing, curious, the others also turned their gazes to him. How many books? Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella. The matter which he had been troubled over really came to be. He had been worried about this matter for the entire period of time, but what had to happen would eventually still have to happen. If he were to tell the truth and say that he had memorized more than 200,000 books while the others were struggling to memorize 1,000, would Hong Shi die of fright on the spot? Cough, cough. I wasn't counting. I think it should be around 10 to 20,000 books. Awkward. Zhang Xian decided to divide the figure by 10. 10 to 20,000 books? But still, the astonishing amount was still sufficient to shock everyone present here. While others were still reading 700 to 800 books, you had read more than 10 times of what they did. Are you sure you are still a human? A master teacher among the crowd exclaimed, That can't be. There is only a total of 5,000 books on the shelves, and I've been looking at you throughout the examination. You have been dazing off, and you didn't flip through those books either. How could you have memorized the contents of so many books? This fellow had been dazing off like a fool right from the start. He had been holding the same book from the start to the end, so how could he possibly memorize the contents of all of the books on the shelf? Not to mention, there was only a total of 5,000 books up there. How in the world did you read 10 to 20,000 books? Scratching his head, Zhang Xian was at a loss. But still, this was not the first time he had stumbled by such a situation, so he was able to recover quickly. Coughing lightly, he explained, This concerns a unique book reading technique that my teacher imparted me. Even without flipping through the books, I can still read through them. As for the additional books, after I was done with the books on the shelf, I realized that I still had some additional time, so I went on to read the books I keep in my storage ring as well. Knowing that it was impossible for him to explain this matter, he decided to push this matter to the mysterious teacher of his. In any case, given that he had such a huge backing, there was no need for him to worry at all. To read through books without flipping through it? Everyone was confused. The words were contained within the book. How could one read a book without flipping through it? Does he have the ability to peer through material objects? Does such a technique really exist in the world? But why haven't I heard of it then? While everyone was skeptical of Zhang Xian's words, Hong Shi's body suddenly trembled, his face paled, and he muttered with a slightly hoarse voice, Could it be? But how is that possible? Hong Shi, could it be that you've heard of such a technique before? A master teacher couldn't help but ask upon seeing the other party's reaction. Everyone also turned their gazes over. As a 5-star master teacher and a transcendent mortal 6-dan expert, Hong Shi was indubitably the most knowledgeable of them here, be it cultivation or worldly experience. Indeed, I happen to have heard of such a matter before. Hearing the question, Hong Shi recovered from his shock. He glanced at Zhang Xian and thought of a certain person, and a look of respect gradually surfaced. I had the privilege of listening to Hongyuan Empire's Pavilion Master Mo's lesson once, and he mentioned such a matter before. If my conjecture is right, it should be a technique that only a Saint 2-dan expert is capable of. Spiritual Perception Book Reading Technique. Chapter 585. Celestial Chess Spiritual Perception Book Reading Technique. Saint 2-dan? All of the master teachers below stared at one another in confusion. They had never heard of such a term before. Instead of answering the question straight away, Hong Shi said, Beyond Fighter is Transcendent Mortal, followed by Half Saint, Nascent Saint, and finally, Saint. I believe you all should be aware of these cultivation realms. The crowd nodded their heads. Most of those present were all master teachers. Even though Saint was still very far off from them, perhaps even out of reach, they had at least heard of it. Half Saint and Nascent Saint are just intermediary stages, while Saint, just like Transcendent Mortal and Fighter, consists of 9 dawn. Hong Shi continued. Half Saint and Nascent Saint are just 2 normal realms, just like Origin Energy Realm and Yin Yang Realm. On the other hand, Saint was the name for the entire set of cultivation realms. Just like Fighter and Transcendent Mortal, it could be divided to 9 tiers. The first dan is known as Void Pursuit Realm. At this realm, one will be capable of flight. As for the second dan, it is known as Spiritual Perception Realm. With a grave look on his face, Hong Shi said, Only at this level can one open their incipient eye and awaken their spiritual perception. Someone couldn't help but ask, Spiritual perception? What's that? He had heard of the concept of souls, but he had never heard of spiritual perception before. Hong Shi explained, Spiritual perception is a unique capability that only saints possess. As we know, upon reaching consonant spirit realm, one's soul becomes aligned with one's body, thus allowing one to temper one's soul and strengthen it. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Transcendent Mortal 5-dan Consonant Spirit Realm opened up a whole new world to cultivators. At this level, not only would a cultivator be able to train their physical body in Jinshi, they would be able to train their souls too. A strong soul can achieve unimaginable feats. You will understand this upon reaching that realm. Once one's soul reaches a certain level, one becomes able to extend the reach of their soul and perceive everything that it touches. In fact, one's sight would even be clearer than what our eyes are capable of. This is what spiritual perception is. Hong Shi said, Extending the reach of one's soul? For a soul to be able to extend beyond one's body to conduct observation, how powerful must one be? It can't be, is Hong Shi saying. Zhang Shi already possesses the strength of a Saint 2-dan? Everyone leapt in shock. Saint 2-dan? How is that possible? Zhang Xian was also perplexed by the situation unfolding around him. All he had spouted was nonsense. How did Hong Shi draw the line to the Saint realm? Hong Shi shook his head. Naturally, Zhang Shi can't possibly be a saint. There's no need to worry. Allow me to finish my explanation first. You'll understand it after I'm done. Reading via spiritual perception is much more convenient and efficient than reading manually. This is also the reason why saints accrue knowledge swiftly, and they grow at an astounding pace. While Zhang Shi isn't a saint, he seems to possess an ability equivalent to this as well. If I'm not mistaken, An expert must have dug out the incipient eye of a Saint Dan and transplanted it to him using some unique method, thus allowing him to read and memorize content swiftly. Even though Hong Shi was the one raising the conjecture, he still couldn't help but feel shocked by the matter. Only a saint who had opened his incipient eye could awaken his spiritual perception. Theoretically speaking, if an incipient eye was dug out and transplanted onto another person, as long as it was done properly, that person should be able to awaken his spiritual perception as well. But of course, due to the lacking cultivation, that person wouldn't be able to utilize the spiritual perception properly. At most, he would only be able to use it on reading books. But even so, for a low-tier master teacher, its significance was immense. To be able to read 10 books in the time it took for others to finish reading one, it was just a matter of time before one surpassed all of one's peers. It was no wonder Zhang Shi was able to be adept in so many occupations despite his young age. It had to be the working of this ability of his. Most probably, Yang Shi had prepared this specially for him just for this, to dig out a Saint Dan's incipient eye and transplant it on another perfectly. How powerful must Yang Shi be? Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. It was no wonder Pavilion Master Mo feared the other party so much, going to the extent of even using a high-tier spirit stone to please the other party. An expert of such caliber was indeed qualified to be fawned upon by him. To transplant the incipient eye of a Saint Dan on someone else? To be able to read swiftly even without flipping pages? Not to mention, to be able to read books in the storage ring as well? It is no wonder you could read so many books within 2 hours. But still, to be able to memorize all of these, isn't your memory a little way too good? Indeed, just browsing through a book doesn't mean that one has necessarily memorized it. What is truly fearsome is for one to read swiftly while assimilating its contents. Hearing Hong Shi's explanation, everyone came to a realization. They turned to look at the young man before them with a look of fright. To be able to dig out the incipient eye of a Saint Dan. What kind of terrifying background does this fellow have? Amidst everyone's shock, Ruohuan Gongzi's eyelids were twitching violently. Depression loomed over his head. It was just a moment ago that he asked Zhang Shi how many books he had read, and the latter replied that he had read the same number of books as him. This had left Ruohuan Gongzi happy for quite a while. He thought that he had finally found something that he was on par on with that monster, but in the end, how in the world can your 20,000 books be around the same as my 1,000 books? Even if you wish to console me, please do it with some sincerity. Interrupting into the noise, Hong Shi said, "All right, regardless of how it is, given that Zhang Shi has memorized the contents of more than 20,000 books, as can be proven by the shattering of the Book of Emptied River, I hereby announce that he has cleared the test. Is there anyone with any objections?" None at all. The crowd hurriedly shook their heads. You must be jesting. The other party read 20,000 books and even crippled the Book of Emptied River. Even if we were to have objections, would you listen to them? Since that's the case, let's move on to the last test of our preliminary selection intelligence. Hong Shi turned to look at the remaining participants. Even with the support of a teacher, the path of cultivation is ultimately individual. Other than hard work and talent, more importantly, one has to possess superior intelligence. Even when studying the same cultivation technique or battle technique, different students will interpret it differently and thus, the extent of benefit they could derive from it would differ as well. One can easily become a master teacher with talent, but to wish to become a capable master teacher relying solely on that, I can tell you it's nigh impossible. As such, intelligence is crucial to walking further as a master teacher. Intelligence is indeed important to a master teacher, but how can one test their intelligence? Will they be given a cultivation technique to analyze? But analyzing a cultivation technique would make the test biased towards some. Everyone would have differing levels of compatibility with a specific cultivation technique, and besides, talent and wisdom also counts in it as well. It doesn't seem possible to isolate intelligence and test it as itself. The crowd was puzzled. Intelligence is of utmost importance to a master teacher. Everyone present here could make the association. However, such a quality couldn't be quantified easily, and given such, how could comparisons be made? Even if you can measure wisdom through weighing knowledge, How can you measure intelligence? Even when attempting to comprehend a cultivation technique, a person with lower intelligence would surely find it easier to comprehend a technique aligned with his constitution as compared to a person whose constitution is incompatible with the technique. Hee, I understand your concerns, and I've thought a lot about this issue as well. Noticing everyone's worry, Hong Sure chuckled, and with a wave of his hand, the fog veiling another corner of the round stage scattered, revealing a seemingly ordinary gazebo. Seated in the gazebo was a white-robed old man, and a gray chessboard was placed on a stone table in front of him. Black and white stones intersected one another atop the chessboard, as though yin and yang assailing one another a chess formation. The old man had an impassive face, and there wasn't the slightest vitality that could be felt from him. With a look, it was clear that he was a puppet. This is celestial chess. Its rules are completely different from all other chess games existent in the world, thus forming its own school. Back then, when I was touring around the world, I chanced upon it in some ruins. I don't know who created it, and there weren't any explanations regarding the rules either. Intrigued, I spent many years attempting to decipher it, but even so, I only managed to comprehend around 40 to 50% of it. Waving his hand once more, a wall not too far away from the gazebo shimmered, and an image of the layout of the chess in the gazebo was projected on it. It was entirely foreign to everyone present here. Even those who had immersed themselves in chess in the past were unable to draw on their experiences to decipher this. A chess formation? It seems so. But given that no one knows the rules, how will the participants be assessed? I've no idea as well. There were many among the crowd who were learned in the way of chess, but seeing the profound formation projected on the wall, they realized it was entirely different from what they had learned before, and this left them dumbfounded. In celestial chess, the heavens and earth are the chessboard, and the stars are the stones. It is intricately aligned with the essence of the world. One won't be able to comprehend anything by seeing the formation on the wall, but on the pillars in the gazebo, there are some words left behind by the previous owner of the chessboard. Through these words, one is able to decipher the rules of the game. After deciphering the rules, one can challenge the puppet in the gazebo. If one were to make an invalid or a losing move, one will find himself incapable of placing the stone down on the board. This test has nothing to do with talent, cultivation, or anything at all. It is purely a match of intelligence. Those with higher intelligence will be able to decipher more of the rules and make more moves, whereas those with lower intelligence will have limited comprehension of the rules and find the number of moves they can make limited as well. To pass this test, you'll have to make at least 6 valid moves, Hong Sure explained. To actually use chess to gauge one's intelligence, amazing. The heaven and earth as the chessboard, and the stars as the stones, how domineering. Through this chess, one would indeed be able to isolate intelligence from other external factors. It is truly a fair test. Hearing the rules, everyone nodded their heads in agreement. The way of chess was highly demanding on one's intelligence. Some who devoted decades to the game might find themselves outmatched by a child who had barely learned it for a few days, albeit rarely. This didn't necessarily mean that the child was more knowledgeable than the adult, just more intelligent. As such, there was a saying among top chess players: chances are null if one fails to reach the top by 20. Without sufficient intelligence and talent, it would be nigh impossible for one to reach the top. It's cruel, but such is the world. Given that this celestial chess operated by entirely different rules compared to all other games in the master-teacher continent, and one was to compete with the puppet through deciphering the limited words written on the pillars, it was indeed the best way to quantify one's intelligence. As expected of a 5-star master teacher, his means were indeed exceptional. All master teachers who enter the gazebo will only be given an instant's time to read and decipher the words on the pillars before starting the match with the puppet. If one exceeds the timing or is unable to put down his piece, that would be the end of the test. Hong Sure waved his hands and said, "All right, now that I've finished explaining the rules, let's begin the test." Yes. The participants nodded their heads. Since there is only one chessboard, we can only go one by one. Thus, let's decide the sequence. Hong Sure glanced at the crowd. In the first test, Zhang Xian was the first to take the test, and he destroyed the Ghost Domain illusory city, thus no one was eliminated. In the second test, due to the otherworldly demon committing suicide halfway through the test, only the 3 men who fled in the midst were eliminated. And in the third test, 17 people were eliminated. After the 3 tests, of the 56 initial participants, only 20 were eliminated, leaving behind a hulking 36. Why don't I go first? Zhang Xian stepped forward. Given that there were 36 people in total and given that just the preparation time in itself was 1 incense's time, by the time everyone was done, the sun would have already set. Since that was the case, he might as well quickly get it over and done with so that he could rest. Cough, cough. Seeing Zhang Xian walk over, Hong Shi nearly choked on his saliva. You? Don't even try. I am not so courageous as to let you go first after you wrecked the previous 3 tests. Chapter 586. Failure? Knowing what the other party was worried about, Zhang Xian said, "It's just a chess game. I don't think it's possible for me to destroy the chessboard. Everything before was just carelessness." Now that he knew the rules, he would surely make sure to take precautions and make only 6 moves. As long as he were to show some restraint, it would be impossible for anything awry like in the previous few tests to happen. Ignoring Zhang Xian, Hong Shi waved his hands and spoke affirmatively. Why don't we go by age once more? We'll start from the oldest. I also thought that nothing would go awry in the previous test. After all, it was just a test on reading books. Who could have imagined that the book of Emptied River which I borrowed from the headquarters would be destroyed? Just think about how much damage you have caused since the tournament started. And you still want to go first? Dream on. All right then. Seeing how even a 5-star master teacher was scared to such a point, not even giving him a chance to explain himself, Zhang Xian shrugged helplessly. It seemed like he could only bide his time here and wait for the others to be done. It is fortunate that Hong Shi stood his ground. Otherwise, who knows what would happen this time round? Pavilion Master Kong and the others also wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads upon seeing the scene. When Zhang Xian offered to go first, all of them also leaped in shock. While it seemed implausible for anything to happen in a chess game, the person in question was Zhang Xian. Given his unconventional way of doing things, there was no way they could be certain. In any case, the safest bet was to put him at the very last. While they were deciding on the rules, among the participants, Lu Quan of Mingxia Empire's eyelids were twitching uncontrollably. He just happened to be the oldest among the group. Who in the world did he offend for him to have to go first each time? It was not like he did anything wrong. He was just the oldest among all of the participants here. Was there really a need for him to go first consecutively? But in any case, being the first or the last was unlikely to make any difference in this test anyway. It was just a difference in the mental state. Taking a deep breath, he drove his soul depth and activated the heart of tranquil water. After which, clasping his fist toward Hong Shi, he proceeded over to the gazebo. The others also quickly turned their sights over. Lu Quan walked to the 4 pillars propping from the gazebo one by one, and after which, he fell into deep contemplation. It didn't take too long for an incense's time to be up. With a frown, he walked to the opposite end of the chessboard, formed the puppet, picked up a stone, and lightly placed it down on an empty spot. Voila! The stone floated in the air for a moment before slowly falling down onto the chessboard. He managed to place it. It seems like he has made a right move. Seeing that the stone had been successfully placed down, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Hong Shi had said previously, the stone couldn't be placed if the move was an invalid or losing move. Who? The old man opposite of him also put down a stone. Seeing the move the old man made, seemingly put in a difficult position, a deep frown appeared on Lu Quan's forehead. But his dilemma didn't continue for too long. Soon, he placed down another stone as well. Just like that, they quickly exceeded the minimum requirement of 6 stones to pass the test, and soon, they reached their 9th stone. But on the 10th, Lu Quan found himself unable to push his stone down anymore. Mingxia Empire's Lu Quan passes with 9 stones. Next, Fenglai Empire's Han Zhaoji. Hong Shi announced. Han Zhaoji walked up onto the stage. Not too long later, he left the gazebo with an excited expression on his face. He had passed the test with a score of 7 stones. Following which, The next candidate went up. After 5 consecutive successful challenges, the remaining participants felt much more confident. But at this point, the streak was broken. The 6th challenger found himself unable to put down the 4th stone, and the next 4 challengers that went after him failed the test as well. Eventually, it was Luo Xian who broke that losing streak. At this point, everyone realized that the formation on the chessboard would change for each participant, and thus, everyone would be unable to emulate the moves of those who had gone before them. This ensured the equality of the test. Time passed, and the sky soon darkened. Just like what Zhang Xian guessed, by the time the 35 master teachers were done, a full moon was already hanging in the sky. Even though those who came for the tournament were all geniuses, many still fell in this test. While the number of eliminated participants wasn't as exaggerated as in the previous test, a total of 9 people still failed. However, most of Zhang Xian's acquaintances, such as Ruohuan Gongzi and Song Chao, still managed to pass the test. Surprisingly, the one holding the current record wasn't a participant from the strongest fleeting cloud sect or the second strongest white Helios sect. Rather, he came from an empire that was of similar standing to the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. The cultivation of this master teacher could be considered to be near the lowest among the participants, but his intelligence seemed to be exceptional. Against the puppet, he managed to hold on for 16 steps, and the impressed old man puppet even said, "Good. Zhang Shi, it's your turn." After everyone was done, Hong Shi turned his gaze to the bored Zhang Xian with a slightly apologetic look. The latter wished to go first, but due to his own fear, he forced the latter to the back instead. Zhang Xian stretched his back before walking over to the gazebo. The gazebo wasn't too big, around an average person's height. The first thing he saw upon entering was that the closest pillar to him had the 4 words East, South, West, and North on them. These 4 words didn't possess any artistic conception belonging to a painter behind it. They were just ordinary words. Turning his sight to the second pillar, there were words on them as well: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. As for the next pillar, there were only 2 words: to and fro. And for the 4th pillar, there was only a single word: reason. North, south, east, west, spring, summer, autumn, winter, to, fro, and reason? What the heck are these? Zhang Xian frowned. He thought that there would be more detailed hints, but they were just normal words. 4 pillars of 11 words, but there were no links among them whatsoever, and none of them had anything to do with chess either. What was he supposed to decipher? After looking at each of the pillars, he turned his attention to the chessboard. The chessboard looked much more chaotic than before. With just a single glance, Zhang Xian was plunged into confusion. Celestial chess, heaven and earth as the chessboard, and stars as the stones. Frowning, Zhang Xian recalled what Hong Shi said, and a thought struck him. North, south, east, west refers to space. Spring, summer, autumn, winter refers to time. To fro refers to position, and reason refers to the heart. Space, time, position, and heart. All the knowledge that Zhang Xian learned previously flowed through his head, and the light in Zhang Xian's eyes slowly intensified. It was no wonder why Hong Shi was intrigued by it. The name of the celestial chess wasn't just show. It was indeed emulating the heavens and earth as the chessboard. It built on a person's heart to construct a vast world and used it as the chessboard. It was indeed a formidable game. I wonder how far I can go based solely on my comprehension and intelligence. Upon understanding the rules behind the celestial chess, Zhang Xian chuckled lightly. He had depended heavily on the Library of Heaven's Path and Eye of Insight on his previous stages. Given how simple the current stage was, he was curious to see how far he could go on his capabilities. Turning around, Zhang Xian walked over to the opposite of the stone table and sat down. Studying it for a moment, he decided on a position, grabbed a stone, and decisively placed it down. Do you think that Zhang Shi will break the celestial chess? That should be impossible. It's just a chess game. Besides, one will be unable to put his stone down if one makes a wrong move. It is indeed unlikely for anything to happen to the celestial chess, but I still think that it won't end that simply. Why don't we bet on it then? What do you want to bet on? I bet that Zhang Shi will destroy the celestial chess. If I win, you will hand over your silk fan to me. Otherwise, I'll give you the emerald pearl which you have been eyeing. Deal. As soon as Zhang Xian walked into the gazebo, discussions immediately broke out among the crowd. There were even a few who bet on it. Cough, cough. Hearing the excited bets in the surrounding, Zhao Feiwu, Pavilion Master Kong, and the others slapped their foreheads in embarrassment, fearing that others would know that they were acquainted with Zhang Shi. To think that a participant of the Master-Teacher tournament would actually be regarded as the god of destruction. It will be the dueling round right after this test. Even though we still don't know the rules behind it, if Zhang Shi and Ruohuan Gongzi were to both proceed on to the next round, this would be the best results that our Myriad Kingdom Alliance has ever achieved over the years. Ling Shi analyzed and said, Indeed. Pavilion Master Kong nodded his head. There were only 27 people left in the tournament. There were 7 powers whose 2 participants were already eliminated. In other words, even if Zhang Shi and Ruohuan Gongzi were to fail terribly in the dueling round, the results would still be much better than what the Myriad Kingdom Alliance had ever achieved in the previous tournaments. It was fortunate that Ruohuan Gongzi had managed to reach Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Pinnacle under Zhang Shi's help, and his experience with Zhang Shi had helped temper his soft qualities such as courage. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to pass those tests. In other words, Zhang Shi had played a pivotal role in the current outstanding results of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Just as they were thinking about this matter, Su Shi suddenly exclaimed, Look, Zhang Shi is making a move. Everyone quickly lifted their gazes and saw Zhang Xian seated right before a puppet. He placed a stone down onto the board. In that moment, everyone waited with bated breaths. Fortunately, the stone went down, after which, the old man opposite to him picked up a stone as well, but at that moment, he suddenly froze, as though he had no intentions of playing the stone at all. What's going on? It can't be that Zhang Shi is intending to destroy the puppet instead of the celestial chess? Upon seeing the old man's frozen body, everyone stared at one another in bewilderment. They were just contemplating whether the celestial chess would be destroyed by Zhang Shi, and the latter, with a single step, caused the movements of the puppet to freeze. It couldn't be that it was really broken? Wasn't that a little, way too exaggerated? Everyone turned to look at Zhang Shi, and the latter had a deep frown on his forehead as well. After a short moment later, Zhang Shi couldn't stand the tension anymore. He walked over to the gazebo and looked at the puppet, and a moment later, he heaved a sigh of relief. Just like the others, he thought that the puppet might have malfunctioned. But after taking a closer look, the puppet was still operating perfectly. Please make your move. Standing beside the puppet, Zhang Shi bowed. Even though the old man was a puppet, it possessed spirit, and it was capable of interpreting human speech. The both of them had often played against one another, and Zhang Shi possessed deep respect for him. After a moment of hesitation, the puppet nodded and placed his stone down. Zhang Xian was stunned for an instant, but he soon picked up a second stone and placed it down. Wong. But the chest simply floated in midair, refusing to go down no matter how much force Zhang Xian put into pushing it down. He can't place the stone? Does this mean that his move is invalid? So, he failed. Everyone was taken aback. Even Zhang Shi was in disbelief. Based on the rules, one would only be considered to have passed the test after making 6 moves, and currently, Zhang Shi had only made a single move. Did this mean that he had failed the test? Shit. Does this mean that there's a mistake in my comprehension? Getting. Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat. He used neither the Library of Heaven's Path nor the Eye of Insight this time. Was he really going to fail just like that? Chapter 587. Dueling round begins all along. Regardless of what it was, he had always used the Library of Heaven's Path and Eye of Insight to interpret and understand profound topics. But this time, he had decided to test out his own intelligence by playing with the rules he interpreted from the words inscribed on the pillars. He thought that he would at least be able to get 6 pieces down, yet he found himself stuck on the second stone. Could he have really screwed up this time? Was his intelligence really that poor? Zhang Xian was on the verge of tears. He had proceeded smoothly in the past 3 tests. He didn't expect to fail here. Zhang Shi's face was also twitching violently. To be unable to put down the second stone, How was he supposed to clear up the mess this time? He couldn't possibly say that considerably Zhang Shi's talent. He was an exception and could clear the test just by putting down a single stone. If only he'd known this would happen, he would have surely allowed Zhang Shi to go first. In the end, such a matter happened. If Zhang Shi were to bear a grudge against him over this matter, he would surely be screwed. What the heck was this? For a 5-star master teacher, the host of the master teacher tournament, to have his heart hanging over a mere preliminary selection, he couldn't help but feel intense indignation. Gritting his teeth, Hong Shi mustered his courage and announced, "Since Zhang Shi was unable to put down the second stone, this means that he has failed the test. All right, since the preliminary selection is over, let's move on to the dueling round." But at that moment, the puppet opposite to Zhang Xian suddenly pushed the chessboard aside and stood up. A clear voice reverberated in the air. "I have lost." Lost? What does that mean? Zhang Shi won against the puppet in a match of celestial chess? Not to mention, he even had the other party willingly admit his defeat? Aren't the rules of the celestial chess difficult to comprehend? To actually understand the rules within an instant's time to defeat the puppet? Everyone was taken aback. The impossibility of the situation was driving them insane. They thought the reason why Zhang Shi was unable to put down his second stone was due to his lack of understanding of the rules. Never could they have imagined that the puppet would admit his defeat in the next moment. This wasn't just at the level of understanding the rules or not. Rather, Zhang Shi had become an expert in the game, an existence that others could only look up to. "Are you for real?" Luo Xian, Song Chao, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. They had undergone the test personally, and they knew how profound celestial chess was. Those who could put down more than 6 stones could be considered geniuses among geniuses. And yet, the person before them actually defeated the puppet utterly in his second move. Was he still a human? Contrary to everyone's shock, Hong Shi felt immense relief instead. It seemed like every time he was going to announce Zhang Shi's loss, the other party would make a huge turnaround. In that instant, he felt as though he was being toyed with. If this were to go on top of going bankrupt, he would have to worry about his heart malfunctioning due to the excessive shock. While everyone was dumbfounded, shocked, gritting their teeth, convulsing, kicking, rolling, the person in question, Zhang Xian, was also bewildered. He used neither the Library of Heaven's Path nor the Eye of Insight this time, and he was relying solely on his own intelligence to clear this test. As such, he was lacking in confidence. This was precisely the reason why his heart stopped when he found himself unable to put down the second stone and panicked. But never in his dreams could he have imagined that not only would he clear the test, the puppet would even admit defeat on his own accord. Just as he was about to say something, the old man before him bowed, and a voice echoed in his mind. "Even though you only made a single move, you sealed all possible paths of advancement and retreat. I'm unable to counter your move at all. Finally, celestial chess has a successor." After which, a surge of information suddenly dived into his head. Hong Long. With this surge of information, countless plausible chess formations and setups became assimilated as part of his knowledge. Soul impartation? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in shock. To be able to allow a puppet to conduct soul impartation, how powerful must the person who created the puppet be? Zhang Xian thought with a grim expression. But before he could take a look at his newfound knowledge, the puppet before him suddenly fell motionless, as though it had lost all strength, following which, countless cracks started creeping across its body. "This is bad." Zhang Xian widened his eyes in alarm. He quickly rushed forward to stop the impending destruction. In the information that was transferred to him, he learned of the meaning behind the existence of the puppet to pass down the heritage of celestial chess. Now that it had accomplished its raison d'etre, the lingering will left within the puppet vanished, resulting in its inability to continue functioning. Naturally, the puppet started to fall apart. Just that. Even if you are going to fall apart, at least do it after I'm done with my test, when no one is around. To fall apart at such a time. How am I supposed to face Hong Shi? Placing his arm on the old man, Zhang Xian infused his zhenqi into him in hopes of forcefully keeping it intact. Yet, Contrary to his expectations, the zhenqi he infused collided with the other party's zhenqi. Boom! The puppet immediately exploded into dust. And the chessboard and gazebo also seemed to have lost its source of power, and they collapsed, turning into ruins. The heck? Zhang Xian was frenzied. I only did that out of goodwill, so as to sustain the puppet for a moment longer. How could I have known that such a thing would occur? But actually, thinking deeper into it, Zhang Xian also realized his error. The puppet was sustained by a lingering will, and most likely, this lingering will was infused into it through the means of a soul oracle. Otherwise, it shouldn't be possible for a lifeless puppet to be capable of soul impartation. And his Heaven's Path zhenqi happened to be the nemesis of soul oracles. What should have been a simple collapse turned into an explosion instead with the interference of his zhenqi. Turning his gaze to the crowd, Zhang Xian saw everyone staring at him with widened eyes, as though looking at a monster. Did you see that? Even the celestial chess wasn't spared. I told you that it would be destroyed, right? And to think that you didn't believe me. How could Zhang Shi explode the puppet even after it has admitted defeat? This is too much. You're right. But if he didn't do so, how could he maintain his reputation as the god of destruction? Everyone whispered with hushed voices. They thought that perhaps celestial chess would be an exception, but in the end, just like the artifacts in the previous 3 tests, it was destroyed as well. It seemed as though regardless of how valuable an artifact, it only had one fate upon meeting Zhang Shi. Utter destruction. It doesn't matter how sturdy or resilient you are. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian spurted blood. I really didn't do it intentionally. I was really trying to save him. I didn't do any of these voluntarily. It was all just coincidence. He destroyed something yet again? Pavilion Master Kong and the others stared at one another. At this point, there was only one thought in their mind: relief. They couldn't help but feel relieved that they didn't use any valuable artifact in the selection round back then. Otherwise, their master teacher pavilion would probably be bankrupt by now. My celestial chess. Hong Shi's lips trembled in agitation. Only he knew how long it took for him to accrue sufficient wealth to obtain the Ghost Domain Illusory City and the Celestial Chess, and yet, in a single tournament, they were all destroyed by Zhang Shi. In just a single day, he was reduced to a poor bloke. He felt as though a knife was lodged deeply into his chest, leaving his heart bleeding profusely. Even so, he did see what happened to the puppet clearly. The puppet was crumbling even before Zhang Shi approached it, and Zhang Shi was indeed moving to secure it. It was just that his help only made things worse, and an explosion was induced. But while he knew of this, there was no doubt that the reason behind the crumbling of the puppet was still due to Zhang Shi. If only he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have bothered with a preliminary round. He would have just gone ahead with duels in an elimination format instead. It took a while before Hong Shi was able to calm down. Exhaling deeply, he forcefully suppressed his indignation. All he could do now was ask for some compensation from Pavilion Master Emo, and hope that the latter would offer something in exchange for the loss he had incurred. He didn't know how else he could console himself at this point. Hong Shi glanced at the crowd and asked, given that the puppet has admitted defeat, it means that Zhang Shi has fully comprehended the rules behind the celestial chess. Does anyone have any objections against this ruling? No. Everyone shook their heads. While the fellow standing before the ruins of the celestial chess was indeed a god of destruction, they had to admit that the other party did possess capability that an average person could hardly imagine. Since Zhang Shi has completed his challenge, this signifies the end of the preliminary selection. Since it's no longer early, let's waste no time and proceed straight onto the dueling round, Hong Shi announced. Since the 4 tests of the preliminary selection was over, it was time to move on to the dueling round. The rules for the dueling round are simple. The duels will be in pairs, and the sequence and matching will be decided by picking lots. The duel need not be a fight. It can also be based on the various core aspects of a master teacher, such as soul depth, knowledge impartation, understanding of cultivation, flaws identification, so on and so forth. The winner moves on to the next round, whereas the loser is eliminated. This will go on until the top 10 is out. Hong Shi glanced at the participants and said, "Is there anything you wish to clarify?" No. The participants hurriedly shook their heads. This was the usual format of the dueling round in the Master-Teacher tournament, and the rules were simple as well. All right, we'll start with picking lots. There are 27 people currently, and 16 people will move on to the next round. In other words, there will be 5 people who will move on to the next round straight without competing, Hongsher said. There is a fixed rule to dueling rounds stating that no matter how many participants there are initially, after the first round, it should be in a power of 2, meaning 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. So on and so forth. This was to ensure greater fairness in the subsequent rounds, especially as the fights became more intense later on. Only through this sequencing could it be guaranteed that only 2 people would be competing for the champion spot eventually. All right, let's begin picking lots. After introducing the rules, Hongsher waved his hand, and a master teacher walked up with a box prepared beforehand. The remaining 27 participants came up one by one to pick a number. Zhang Xian was the same as well. After a quick look, he shook his head. It seemed his luck wasn't too good. He hadn't managed to draw the 5 empty slots that allowed for automatic advancement to the next round. I managed to draw the empty slot. Just as Zhang Xian was lamenting his misfortune, he saw Ruohuan Gongzi looking at him excitedly. Taking a look at the other party's lot, he saw A1, empty, written on it. On the other hand, written on Zhang Xian's lot was D2. Seeing that everyone was done drawing the lots, Hongsher said, the dueling round will be divided into 4 main sectors, namely A, B, C, and D, and each sector will be further divided into 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those who draw the same lots will be matched against one another, and those who have the word empty written on their lot will progress straight on to the top 16. Based on the ranking of the respective powers in the previous tournament, the participant with the higher ranking will have the privilege to choose the content of the duel. Of course, his opponent will have the right to object to the chosen dueling format as well, but the right to object will be limited to once per duel. After that right has been used once, he would have no choice but to accept the next proposed dueling format. This was similar to the rules employed in previous rules, so there was no need to elaborate on it. All right, the first round will start now. Since A1 is empty, may the 2 participants who drew A2 proceed onto the stage in the A sector. Hongsher waved his hand, and the final area of fog veiling the stage dissipated, revealing 4 stages. They were labeled A, B, C, and D respectively. 2 young men holding onto the lot which they had just picked walked toward the stage labeled A. Chapter 588. Challenging fist art. As they proceeded onto the stage, Hongsher urged the participants of the other 3 stages to proceed there as well. The master teachers who drew B1, C1, and D1 got into their position, following which, they began to discuss the content of their duel. Regarding this, Hongsher wouldn't interfere at all, and soon, they finished making their choices. Of the 4 stages, 2 chose knowledge impartation, 1 chose soul depth, and the remaining 1 chose a physical duel. A competition among master teachers extended way further than mere brute strength. Their capability included their supporting occupations, soul depth, impartation of heaven's will, knowledge impartation, and many other aspects. If it was just a simple battle, there would be no need to make it so grand. As such, there were actually very few master teachers who chose physical duel as a means to determine the victor. So, this is the real master-teacher tournament, Zhang Xian remarked in awe. The previous round was just to weed out the less capable participants. What that was unfolding before him at this very instant was the true competition among master teachers, as well as the true master-teacher tournament. Gazing at the 4 stages, Zhang Xian found a familiar face. Song Chao. Even though the preliminary selection wasn't easy, he seemed to have achieved fairly decent results, thus advancing honorably to the dueling round. The person he was matched with was a disciple of a sect. While that disciple was of similar cultivation realm to Song Chao, he had fared relatively poor in the preliminary round. Knowing that it was unlikely for him to emerge triumphant in other aspects, he, making full use of the advantage derived from the rules, proposed for a straightforward fight instead. Begin. The gong signaling the start of the match sounded, and the disciple immediately dashed straight towards Song Chao. Trading blows, a huge wind gushed into their surroundings. Possessing similar cultivation realms, both of them stood their ground, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Even though the stage wasn't too big, there was formation around it. It was impossible for the duo to break the formation with their current cultivation realm, so they could fight as they pleased without any worries. It seems like Song Chao will be able to advance to the next round. After looking at the duel for a moment, Zhang Xian soon deduced that it was likely for Song Chao to triumph over this opponent. While the duo was nearly equally matched, Song Chao's movements were much more flexible and careful, biding his time for an ideal opportunity to strike. As long as his opponent showed the slightest opening out of anxiety, Song Chao would capitalize on the opportunity to defeat him swiftly. Knowing the likely conclusion, Zhang Xian turned his attention to one of the stages conducting the knowledge impartation duel instead. Compared to Song Chao's stage, where the competitors were driving their Jinqi to hurl fists at one another, this side seemed much more refined. 20 cultivators of differing cultivation realms were randomly picked from the square, and the competitors chose 10 of them each to form a group. After dividing the cultivators among the two competitors, they began to conduct their lesson via Zhenqi telepathy so as to not interrupt one another. The time limit was an incense's time. Whoever's group experienced a greater degree of growth during this period of time would be deemed the winner. This kind of competition was much more refined, and it seemed to be more aligned with the disposition of a teacher. Seeing that it would take some time for the victor to be decided, Zhang Xian turned to look at the stage where the competitors were competing on soul depth. The two of them held onto a stone of insight each, and soon, numbers appeared on them: 14, 7, and 14, 9. Naturally, the latter was deemed as the victor. This was the simplest and most efficient dueling format. But still, soul depth was the foundation of a master teacher, and most people were unwilling to have it publicly known. As such, it was very rare for participants to choose such a dueling format. And soon, the first round was over. Just like what Zhang Xian guessed, Song Chao won. The two stages dueling via knowledge impartation also came to a conclusion. The one who fared the best induced a breakthrough in a cultivator among his group within the time limit and achieved victory. On the other stage, the master teacher won through a high overall evaluation score and advanced on to the next round. At the end of the first round, there were some who celebrated, and similarly, there were those who looked gloomy as well. But indifferent to the results, Hong Shi announced the lots for the next round. For the second round, will the competitors who drew A3, B3, C3, and D2 proceed onto the stage. B2 and C2 were empty slots. Upon hearing that it was his turn, Zhang Xian walked toward the D stage. Zhang Shi, drew D2? Why am I so unlucky? Seeing Zhang Xian walk out from the crowd, a young man's face suddenly warped, and he nearly cried on the spot. He had also drawn D2, which meant that he was matched up against this god of destruction. It is indeed unfortunate that you were paired with him for the very first match. The mouth of the friend beside him also twitched. This Zhang Shi had been showing outstanding results since the start of the tournament, even destroying all of the artifacts through inconceivable means. If there was a list of competitors whom one didn't want to be matched with, that fellow would surely be at the top. At the current stage, his reputation was even greater than Luo Xian's. To be matched with such a person in the first round, his luck was indeed terrible. What do I do now? Should I just forfeit? If I don't forfeit, will he destroy me too? The young man asked his friend with a tearful face. Given how that fellow tore apart everything before him, the young man was seriously frightened that he might be ripped into pieces if he were to stand against that god of destruction. It was only a tournament. He had no desire to die so tragically. Cough, cough. I don't think he would go so far as to do it to a human too, consoled his friend. But I also thought the same for the celestial chess as well. The young man retorted. His friend was tongue-tied. That fellow was simply too frightening. If he had a choice, he would rather face the otherworldly demon once more than stand against that fellow. In other words, the pressure he felt from facing Zhang Xian even exceeded that from the otherworldly demon. It wasn't easy for you to come to reach this stage. It would be unwise to forfeit at this point. Don't worry, even though that Zhang Shi is incredible, he can't possibly be infallible. His friend patted his shoulder and said, in any case, The Myriad Kingdom Alliance fared worse than our sect in the previous tournament. As long as you propose a dueling format that benefits you, there might still be a chance of victory. Once you succeed, with this momentum, you will surely be able to strive for the top 8 at least. After a moment of contemplation, the young man nodded his head. You're right. Everyone would surely be watching his duel with Zhang Xian. If he could achieve victory, not only would his confidence be inflated, he might also instill fear in the other competitors as the person who defeated the god of destruction. With this advantage over his competitors, he just might be able to get into the top 10. After all, psychological warfare was an essential aspect of a duel as well. Fine, for glory. Understanding that only with risk could one achieve something great, the young man gritted his teeth and stepped forward. While he was still frightened, as a 4-star master teacher, he was still able to get himself back into condition swiftly. Then let's quickly analyze Zhang Shi's weakness then. Seeing the young man regain his fighting spirit, his friend nodded his head in commendation. In the first test, Zhang Shi broke the Ghost Domain Illusory City. This means that the mystic gate hidden Jia contained within the artifact is ineffective toward him, hinting that he has excellent mental fortitude and eye of discernment. Finding the words rational, the young man nodded his head. The pitch-black Ghost Domain Illusory City was filled with spirit beings, and without outstanding eyesight, it would be impossible for one to even navigate within it. Under such circumstances, it would be impossible for one to destroy it so easily even if they intended to do so. You are unlikely to defeat him in that aspect, so avoid any duels that concerns one's vision or discernment ability. The young man added, right? So that means that flaws identification and cultivation guidance are out of question. His friend continued his analysis. Okay, moving on to the second test, he managed to persuade the otherworldly demon via his impartation of heaven's will. This means that his soul depth is extraordinary. Therefore, you shouldn't compete with him in soul depth or knowledge impartation. To be able to persuade an otherworldly demon to commit suicide with just mere words, this meant that the other party's soul depth and mastery of impartation of heavens will had reached an astounding level. If the young man were to compete with Zhang Shi over this, it was likely that the scene with the otherworldly demon might replay. His friend summarized his analysis and gave his final evaluation. As for the third test and fourth test, even though very little can be said about those tests, it shows that he possesses outstanding wisdom and intelligence. As such, it is likely that his understanding of cultivation is superior. Thus, in conclusion, I think that you should just compete with him in a physical duel. Indeed, if I were to challenge him in a physical duel, considering that he's only at Yin-Yang Realm Pinnacle while I'm at Clarifying Turbidity Realm Intermediate Stage, it shouldn't be a problem for me to triumph over him. The young man's eyes lit up upon seeing a ray of hope. Since there was no way to win via the other dueling format, that leaves him with only one option: physical duel. Considering that his cultivation was higher than the other party, he was at an advantageous position. But he has a chance to reject the dueling format that I proposed once. What if he were to do so? After celebrating for a short moment, the young man suddenly thought of a possibility and his smile collapsed. Even though the Myriad Kingdom Alliance didn't have any say in the selection of the dueling format, especially since they were in the last place the previous Master-Teacher tournament, their participants were still entitled the right to reject a proposed dueling format once. If he were to propose a physical duel and the other party disagrees to it, wouldn't he be limited to those few other dueling formats once again? His friend smiled. Are you a fool? There are many types of physical duel. You can simply propose a fist duel, and after he rejects it, you can go on and propose a sword duel. There is no way he'll be able to reject you then. Given that you're ranked first in terms of swordsmanship in our sect, there is no way that you will lose to him in a sword duel. That's right. Regaining his confidence, the young man's eyes lit up once more. Thank you for your suggestions. When I defeat him and proceed on to the top 10, I'll surely pay back this favor. Wait for the news of my victory. Saying which, he walked over to the D stage with a confident smile on his face. I am Wu Tianhao from Soaring Cloud Sect. May Zhangshi guide me well. Stepping onto the stage, the young man clasped his fist. Myriad Kingdom Alliance, Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian nodded in response. May I know what kind of dueling format Wu Shi has chosen? I wish to challenge you in a fist duel. Following by his friend's advice, the corners of Wu Tianhao's lips crept up. Fist duel? Zhang Xian nodded his head. Sure. You don't agree to it? Fine. We'll have a. Wu Tianhao was excitedly prattling on when he suddenly came to realization and froze. Did you just agree to my proposed dueling format? I did. You proposed a fist duel, right? Let's start then. Zhang Xian nodded. In truth, Zhang Xian could tell what the other party was up to. It was simply too obvious. But in any case, it didn't make a difference to him at all. Wu Tianhao's body swayed weakly. Why can't you follow common sense? That's cheating too. You know, you're supposed to reject my initial proposal so that we can conduct a sword duel. How can you agree to it so readily? I was thinking that I could defeat you with my ethereal swordsmanship, but you just had to wreck my plans. But it's fine this way as well. Even though my fist art is lacking as compared to my sword art, it isn't too weak either. At the very most, I'll just have to use my full strength from the very start. Let's see how you're going to withstand that. The other party was 2 small cultivation realms weaker than him, and further, there was a qualitative difference between Yin-Yang realm and clarifying turbidity realm as well. As such, Wu Tianhao didn't believe that Zhang Xian could possibly win the fist duel. Since you've agreed to it, let's start then. Having made up his mind, Wu Tianhao drove his cultivation, and in an instant, the aura surrounding him surged. For an instant, an image of a majestic tiger stepping out of the woods came into the minds of the onlooker. Clenching his fists tightly, he charged forward. Chapter 589. Accidentally used too much force. What? Why did Zhang Shi agree to a duel of fist art? Seeing the situation on the stage clearly, Pavilion Master Kong panicked. The main reason why he didn't think that Zhang Shi would be able to win the champion spot was because he knew that such a thing would happen. In the end, the latter's cultivation was simply too weak. This weakness of his would surely be exploited by his opponents. The foundation to fighting was one's cultivation, and no matter how formidable Zhang Shi's soul depth or other qualities were, it would be of minimal help to him in a straightforward duel. Indeed, he was definitely rash to have accepted the duel. Su Shi and Ling Shi remarked with an awful complexion. While the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, given its ranking in the previous tournament, didn't have any say in the dueling format, Zhang Shi still had an opportunity to reject the dueling format. Even though the other party proposed a physical duel, he could have rejected it. On the other hand, Zhao Feiwu had already seen through the ploy of the master teachers and smiled bitterly in response. Actually, it doesn't make a difference at all. Frowning, the group turned around to look at Zhao Feiwu. As long as it wasn't a physical duel, given Zhang Shi's astounding talents in all other aspects, there was no way he would lose. So why wouldn't it make a difference? Knowing that the greatest weakness of Zhang Shi is his cultivation realm, how could the other party possibly give up on such an ideal opportunity? If Zhang Shi had rejected the duel of fist art, there's a high chance that the other party would have proposed a duel of spear, a duel of saber, or something along those lines. He might be able to avoid it once, but he wouldn't be able to do it the second time. Zhao Feiwu said. Even though she had never been to a master-teacher tournament before, she had read many books on it, and she had a good grasp on its rules. The faces of Su Shi, Pavilion Master Kong, and the others froze. They had overlooked this due to their anxiety. Besides, as honorable master teachers, they didn't expect Zhang Shi's opponent to actually exploit the loopholes in the rules in such a manner. Upon realizing this fact from Zhao Feiwu's words, their faces immediately puffed crimson in rage. Despicable! Ling Shi bellowed. How can they be so despicable? But they are still playing within the rules. In the end, this is still a tournament after all. It is natural that they would use whatever means they could to achieve victory. Pavilion Master Kong shook his head. We can only hope for a miracle to happen now. Miracle? How can a miracle happen so easily? Putting aside how Zhang Shi has barely reached Yin-Yang realm pinnacle and it is unlikely that he has fully reinforced his cultivation yet, Just the fact that there is a huge gap of two small cultivation realms between them already makes it nigh impossible for him to achieve victory. Su Shi shook his head. There was a huge difference even in every small cultivation realm of the transcendent mortal realm, not to mention a full cultivation realm. A yin-yang pinnacle cultivator only possesses 800,000 ding of strength, whereas a clarifying turbidity realm intermediate stage expert harnesses an immense might of 1,200,000 ding. That was a difference of 400,000 ding. This was a gap that mere luck couldn't hope to cover. Indeed, the gap between the two of them is simply too great. I don't think it is possible for Zhang Shi to reverse the situation as well. Pavilion Master Kong shook his head in dismay as the thought of Zhang Shi falling in defeat dominated his mind. However, in the next instant, his body suddenly stiffened, and his eyes slowly widened in shock. What's wrong? Su Shi was baffled by Pavilion Master Kang's sudden reaction. Look at the stage, said Pavilion Master Kong hurriedly. At the stage? Su Shi quickly raised his gaze, only to see Zhang Xian standing alone on the D stage. His opponent, Wu Tianhao, was nowhere to be seen. Where is the opponent he is fighting against? Su Shi asked bewilderedly. How in the world did that fellow disappear in the blink of an eye? One must know that leaving the stage after the start of the duel meant instant disqualification. With trembling lips, Pavilion Master Kong pointed in the sky and said, He's flying up there. Flying? Guangdong. Su Shi and the others nearly fell to the ground. Flying? Are you saying that that fellow is a saint? The group traced Pavilion Master Kang's finger and looked up, and in an instant, a bizarre expression appeared on their faces. There was indeed a black human silhouette soaring freely in the sky. At this point, he was already around 100 meters above ground level, but his ascension didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. If that fellow in the sky was planning an attack, there was no reason for him to soar so high up. On top of that, he was shrieking non-stop as though he had seen a ghost. Furthermore, he was ascending backward instead of forward, as though a ball which was sent flying with a kick. What's going on? Su Shi could no longer hold back his intrigue any longer. Zhang Shi lightly pushed him up, and he just suddenly started flying. Pavilion Master Kang's lips were twitching uncontrollably. Even though he had seen it happen personally, he still found it hard to believe his eyes. That clarifying turbidity realm intermediate stage cultivator had driven his cultivation to its maximum capacity and shot a punch straight at Zhang Shi. The might of the fist art was so great that even an expert of Pavilion Master Kang's caliber would have to go on the defensive. But Zhang Shi didn't even attempt to avoid the punch at all. Instead, he faced it with a casual rising trajectory palm strike, and in the next moment, that fellow was already soaring into the sky. Lightly pushed him up? Su Shi, Ling Shi, Jin Songhai, and the others stared at one another in confusion. They felt as though they were listening to a foreign language, and in an instant, they were all left dumbfounded. Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Intermediate Stage, that was roughly their cultivation realm as well. Furthermore, the other party was a master teacher like them, meaning his eye of discernment and capability wouldn't pale in comparison to them at all. And yet, with a light push from Zhang Shi, he was actually sent flying? Why did it sound as though it had come out from a fantasy novel? No matter how they tried to process this information, it simply sounded too ridiculous to them. They weren't the only ones who were left dumbstruck. At this very instant, the entire square was completely silent. In truth, everyone also felt angered by Wu Tianhao's shameless action of proposing a duel of fist art, but upon seeing this sight, their eyeballs nearly popped out. What just happened? They had considered the possibility of Zhang Shi achieving a victory, but that should have been a difficult one after trading innumerable blows. Yet, to send Wu Tianhao flying with a light push, as though he was simply throwing a pebble, could this all be a dream? When did a clarifying turbidity realm expert become such a pushover? No, it's because of Zhang Shi's formidable eye of discernment. He used Wu Shi's strength against him to send him flying. That's right. He saw through the other party's technique in an instant, and used the momentum of the other party's movements against him to send him flying. This technique is the ideal example of curbing force with skill. But everything happened in an instant. How did he manage to react so quickly? Soon, there were quite a few people who managed to put the pieces together, but this did little to alleviate their shock. Everything was over in a flash, but there were a fair number of 4-star master teachers present in the square, and every single one of them possessed outstanding eye of discernment. Wu Tianhao had put all of his strength into that single fist, but, as the saying goes, the branch that does not bend is the first to break. While thoughtless flexibility can land one in a disadvantageous position, a lack of flexibility can leave one vulnerable. Zhang Shi had seen through the flaws of his battle technique instantaneously and exploited them. Thus, even before his fist could even connect, he was already sent flying. And so, the sight of the flying man occurred. Seeing this sight, the eyelids of Wu Tianhao's friend twitched violently, and he nearly spewed blood. If only he'd known that this fellow was so formidable, he would have never proposed a physical duel. Even if Wu Tianhao wasn't injured by that palm strike, judging from how high he was flying, even if he wasn't crushed into minced meat, he would surely be crippled. Could it be that he was the legendary pig-like teammate? Just as he was filled with self-reproach, Wu Tianhao finally came to the peak of his ascension and began falling instead. He fell headfirst into the roof of the Alliance Head residence, and amidst a cloak of dust and screams of agony reminiscent of butchered pigs, he disappeared from view. Junior Tianhao. Leaping in fright, Wu Shi's friend hurriedly dashed toward the direction where Wu Shi disappeared. But before he could get far, a voice tinged with embarrassment was suddenly heard from the D stage. Pardon me. I accidentally used too much force. Pooh. Accidentally used too much force? Hearing those words, everyone nearly collapsed to the ground. You are the weaker one here, the one with the lower cultivation realm. You knocked a person with higher cultivation realm flying, and you still said that you accidentally used too much force. The more Wu Shi's friend thought about it, the more frenzied he felt. It was as if that fellow wasn't content with just smashing through every single test in the preliminary selection. At the start of the dueling round, he even had to knock a cultivator 2 small cultivation realms higher than him up into the air. What kind of monster was this fellow? Where did the fairness in the world go to? While he was feeling so stifled that he could go insane, Zhang Xian was plagued with frustration as well. That fellow simply charged straight at him with all of his might as soon as the duel began. If it was anyone else, they might have really been forced into a disadvantageous position instantly. But in truth, that attack posed no threat to him at all. With a might of 1 million ding from his Zhanqi cultivation and 1,600,000 ding from his soul cultivation, he was able to harness an immense might of 2,600,000 ding in total. This was on par with a consonant spirit realm intermediate stage expert. It would be a miracle if that fellow could withstand it. But at the same time, he knew that if he were to send the other party flying in a frontal confrontation, it might incur some doubts. As such, he chose to utilize the Eye of Insight to search for an opening in the other party's technique so as to throw him off the stage. However, he still underestimated that fellow's strength. On top of that, he hadn't had many opportunities to test out his strength ever since the advancement in his cultivation, and thus, he didn't have a clear grasp of his strength yet. As such, he accidentally put in a little more force. Falling from such a high altitude, even if the other party was a clarifying turbidity realm intermediate stage cultivator, he would still suffer grievous wounds. While it was unlikely that he would die from this ordeal, he would probably be bound to his bed for the next 2 months. Honestly speaking, Zhang Xian really didn't do it intentionally. His face-off with Clone, which ended in a tragic defeat for him, had given him a skewed impression of transcendent mortal Fordan experts. How could he have known that that fellow would actually fly so far? Forget it. Hong Shi, does this count as my victory? Since what was done, there was no use being conflicted over it. Thus, Zhang Xian turned his attention to Hong Shi and asked, "Why yes, you've won." Hong Shi's lips twitched. It seemed the other party's destructive capability didn't differentiate between artifacts and humans. He wasn't the only one harboring such thoughts. The eyebrows of the other participating master teachers on the stage were also twitching uncontrollably. By no means should we ever fight with this fellow. You're right, but if we don't challenge him to a physical duel, what else can we challenge him in? I've no idea as well. But in any case, a physical duel is out of question. Otherwise, who knows what kind of tragic fate could befall us. While everyone was astounded by Zhang Shi's amazing feats in the preliminary selection, they didn't think that he was much of a threat. After all, the other party was a mere yin-yang realm pinnacle cultivator. As long as they unleashed their full strength, defeating him shouldn't be a problem at all. But reality couldn't be any further than that. Wu Tianhao was a clear example. Just thinking about Wu Tianhao's plight was already sufficient to send shivers down their spines. Since Zhang Xian finished his duel early, he turned his attention to the other stages. In this round, his pair was the only one who resorted to a physical duel. The other pairs chose to battle it out through other means. In fact, there was even a pair who chose the unconventional discourse duel. On top of a deep understanding toward cultivation, master teachers must also possess broad knowledge. The format of discourse duel is similar to pill discourse. Both parties would pose questions to one another, and the side that failed to answer correctly first would be deemed the loser. To ensure greater equity, the duel consisted of a total of 3 rounds, and the side that won 2 rounds was the overall winner. In the discourse duel, the other master teacher from Fleeting Cloud sect achieved victory. After realizing that there were actually minimal differences among the different dueling formats, Zhang Xian quickly lost his interest. Sometime later, Hong Shi's voice sounded. All right, since we've decided on the top 16, we'll take an hour of rest before proceeding on to the next round to determine the top 8. The results of the top 16 are out? Just as Zhang Xian was curious to see who was in the top 16, he suddenly noticed Ruohuan Gongzi walking over with a worried expression. Chapter 590. Zhao Feiwu's Analysis. Zhang Shi. Walking up to Zhang Xian, Ruohuan Gongzi hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, "I have something to request of you. Feel free to speak." Zhang Xian replied with a smile. While he did have some misunderstandings with this proud genius of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, they had resolved most of their grudges back in the Glacier Plain Court. Furthermore, as fellow participants representing Myriad Kingdom Alliance, if he could be of help, he wouldn't reject it. Initially, I don't bear much hope in reaching the top 10. However, now that I'm already in the top 16, if I don't at least give it a try, I will regret it for life. Ruohuan Gongzi's face reddened. Having picked A1, he was able to advance to the next round unconditionally. Humans are born with desire. If he had been defeated in the previous round, he wouldn't have been so conflicted. Now that he was already in the top 16, a victory away from getting into the top 10, he couldn't help but harbor some hope. But the one I'm fighting against in the next match is Qinlei of White Helios sect. With a distressed expression, Ruohuan Gongzi uttered gloomily, "I don't have the confidence to defeat him." Zhang Xian turned to look at Ruohuan Gongzi and asked, "Qinlei? The person who is ranked 3rd on the list?" He had seen this name on the list that Pavilion Master Kong gave him previously. Qinlei was a genius of White Helios sect. As a 4-star Pinnacle Master Teacher and a Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Pinnacle Expert, he was only below Fleeting Cloud sect's Luoxian and the Frigid Gale sect's Liao Wuji on the list, and he was a popular contender for the champion spot as well. Yes. Ruohuan Gongzi nodded his head. If that's the case, it would indeed be difficult for you to defeat him. Zhang Xian frowned. While Ruohuan Gongzi improved immensely in the past 2 months, reaching Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Pinnacle as well, it would still be difficult for him to compete against disciples of huge sects like his current opponent. After all, there was a huge gap in the resources they were entitled to over many years, and 2 months of last-minute training was far from sufficient to cover the gap. Thus, I wish to seek Zhang Shi's guidance. Regardless of whether I'm able to defeat him or not, you'll have my gratitude." Ruohuan Gongzi quickly said. Zhang Shi had truly fared impressively in this tournament. Even the most popular contenders such as Luoxian and Liao Wuji found themselves being outshone. If there was someone who could bring him the closest to success, it wasn't his teacher Pavilion Master Kong but the young man standing before him at this instant. "I can offer you pointers, just that." At this point, Zhang Xian shook his head before continuing. Given that we don't even know the content of the duel, how can I offer you any effective pointers? There were many different dueling formats to the Master-Teacher tournament, and given that the Myriad Kingdom Alliance was ranked in the last place in the previous tournament, Ruohuan Gongzi didn't have the right to choose. Under such circumstances, he could only go along with the proposed dueling format from the other party. So how could Zhang Xian offer any effective guidance? After all, the bare minimum to preparing a winning hand was to know what cards the other party had up his sleeves. Otherwise, even if a 6-star or 7-star Master Teacher were to be present here, he would surely be completely helpless in the face of this situation. Even if Zhang Xian wished to be of help, there was nothing he could do. Ruohuan Gongzi hesitated for a moment before saying, in the previous round, the person he faced was Wu Qing from True Breath sect. The both of them were nearly equals, so he proposed knowledge impartation and won through it. Against me, I think there's a good chance he might choose a physical duel so as to be spared the effort. Wu Qing was also another Master Teacher whose name was listed in the top 10 of the list, but due to his bad luck, he met with Qin Lei in the very first round and ended up being eliminated. As the both of them were nearly equally matched, Qin Lei proposed knowledge impartation. But against Ruohuan Gongzi, it was unlikely that Qin Lei would go through that much trouble. The chances were that he would outright propose a physical duel. Even though the both of them were transcendent mortal Fordan Pinnacle, the other party had more years of experience behind him. Not to mention, the resources that White Helios sect provided the other party was far greater than Ruohuan Gongzi's. Thus, it was likely for Ruohuan Gongzi to be the weaker one in all aspects, be it battle technique or power control. As such, his guess was actually rather logical. There was indeed a high possibility that the other party would propose a physical duel against him. Zhang Xian scratched his head. If it was really a physical duel, then things could be solved easily. It was a walk in the park for him to raise the other party's fighting prowess up a notch within the next hour. However, what if it wasn't a physical duel? Wouldn't all preparation be done in vain? Just as Zhang Xian was just about to say something, Pavilion Master Kong called over to them. Zhang Shi, Ruohuan, have some food first. Turning around, they realized that most of the Master Teachers had already departed from the stage to rest their wearied bodies and regain their energy. Let's head down first. There was no use discussing this matter when nothing was confirmed at all. Thus, the duo walked down the stage. The Alliance head residents had prepared quite a luxurious spread. There was even spirit beast meat, an extremely effective nourishment in recovering one's expended jinqi. Upon seeing the feast, Zhang Xian felt his stomach grumble. What were you two talking about? Zhao Feiwu asked the duo with a light smile. Oh, Ruohuan Gongzi is facing Qin Lei from the White Helios sect in the next match, and he hopes that I can offer him some pointer for it. However, we don't know what dueling format the other party is likely to choose. Zhang Xian replied as he filled his mouth with the delicacies before him. What kind of dueling format? Zhao Feiwu cupped her chin, and after a moment of contemplation, she replied, I think that it is likely to be comprehension of cultivation. Comprehension of cultivation? Zhang Xian, Ruohuan Gongzi, and the others in the surroundings turned to look at her. In truth, most of them had agreed with Ruohuan Gongzi's view that the other party would choose physical duel. As such, they were intrigued to see that someone had a different viewpoint from theirs. Comprehension of cultivation? But that is a very troublesome duel to hold, and the evaluation is extremely tricky as well. Very few people would choose that kind of dueling format. Su Shi replied. There were many ways a comprehension of cultivation duel could be held, such as interpreting a battle technique, interpreting a cultivation technique, and so on. But regardless of which one it was extremely time-consuming and effort-consuming. More importantly, there were many differing viewpoints regarding the topic, and they could all be correct at the same time. In other words, as long as one's interpretation wasn't too off the mark, it would be hard to decide on a winner. On top of that, as 4-star Pinnacle Master Teachers, it was impossible for their understanding of cultivation to be too far off the mark. As such, there were very few who would opt for such a troublesome dueling format. Tell us more about it. But still, while the princess before him was lacking in cultivation, Zhang Xian knew that she was an avid reader, and she had shown that she was particularly astute in guessing the thoughts of others on multiple occasions as well. The basis behind my deduction is simple. It depends on what he hopes to achieve in this tournament. Zhao Feiwu chuckled mysteriously. What he hopes to achieve? Ruohuan Gongzi was taken aback. Wouldn't it be winning the champion seat? The greatest glory one could derive from the master-teacher tournament would be to win the champion seat. As one of the most popular contenders for the position, it would be natural for Qinlei to be eyeing that seat. You're right, but what do you know is his greatest obstruction to his goal at the moment? Zhao Feiwu's eyes narrowed into crescents as she turned her beautiful face toward the young man before her. You mean, Zhang Shi? There was no one present in this square who would offer a different answer than that at this point. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to use the word rampage to summarize Zhang Xian's performance in the preliminary selection. And after the first dueling round, there was no one else who thought that they could exploit his low cultivation. With this, he had become the strongest contender for the champion seat, standing above even Luo Xian. Thus, the greatest obstruction Qinlei would face in becoming the champion was indubitably him. Indeed, since his goal is Zhang Shi, naturally, he doesn't view you as a threat. Thus, in the first place, he has never really thought of you as an equal before. Zhao Feiwu said. Ruohuan Gongzi's face reddened. Even though those words were indeed hurtful, he knew that it was true. Given the disparity between both of their capabilities, the other party indeed had nothing to fear of him. However, given that you came from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, and his goal is to defeat Zhang Shi, there is a good chance he will use Zhang Shi's greatest strength to defeat you so as to taunt him. Zhao Feiwu continued. My greatest strength? Zhang Xian was taken aback by those words. Even though you have shown outstanding aptitude in multiple aspects such as your temperament and wisdom, without a doubt, your greatest strength is your intelligence and impartation of heaven's will. That's right. Pavilion Master Kong nodded his head. Zhang Shi had performed impressively throughout the tournament, but these two factors were what that left the deepest mark on the onlookers. Using impartation of heaven's will to persuade an otherworldly demon to kill himself, defeating the puppet of the celestial chest with a single move. On the other hand, destroying the ghost domain illusory city didn't really reflect much about Zhang Shi's capability, especially given that the other participants hadn't had the chance to undergo it themselves, whereas memorizing 20,000 books was due to his strong background. These two feats paled in comparison to the former two. Impartation of heaven's will is highly tied to one's soul depth, so even if he thought that he could defeat you in that aspect, it would unlikely to be spectacular, but intelligence is different. A master teacher's intelligence is usually reflected through the depth of his understanding of cultivation, and if he could perform outstandingly in that aspect, he might be able to steal the spotlight from Zhang Shi. This is a good opportunity for him, so I believe that there's a good chance that he will grasp it. Zhao Feiwu chuckled as she revealed her analysis. Rather, I think that a physical duel would be one of the less likely options for him. After all, it is unseemly for a refined master teacher to be engaged in physical brawls. It wouldn't reflect well on him, even if he were to win. You're right. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Zhao Feiwu seemed to have grasped the other party's thoughts accurately, and her words seemed to fit perfectly as though a jigsaw puzzle. Your analysis is right, but how would a duel involving comprehension of cultivation be carried out? After all, we can't possibly find a manual on the spot and decipher it. Ruohuan Gongzi asked in bafflement. The most direct way to determine whose comprehension of cultivation is deeper would be for the duo to decipher the same book, but which book would they choose? After all, wouldn't the result be biased no matter which book is chosen? There are other ways to measure one's comprehension of cultivation. If I recall correctly, there's a dueling format known as flaw identification, right? Zhao Feiwu replied with a smile. Flaw identification? You mean the dueling format where both sides each execute a battle technique, and the respective opponents point out the flaws in the executed technique, and whoever manages to point out more flaws is the winner. Ruohuan Gongzi was stunned. But that requires one to have an exceptional eye of discernment and profound comprehension of cultivation. Usually, only higher-rank master teachers would do it for lower-rank master teachers. For him to point out my flaws. He didn't finish his words, but what he wanted to express couldn't be any clearer. They were both 4-star pinnacle master teacher. For the other party to actually boast of correcting Ruohuan Gongzi's mistake, wasn't he being a little too arrogant? Indeed. Don't worry. Since this Qin Lei wishes to win the spotlight and outshine Zhang Shi, there is a very good chance he will choose this dueling format. Zhao Feiwu smiled. Since the other party was aiming for the champion seat, he had to shatter the heavy pressure Zhang Xian was exerting on him first. And for this, Ruohuan Gongzi, who was a fellow representative of Myriad Kingdom Alliance, served as the perfect stepping stone. Only by using the most arrogant way to step down on Ruohuan Gongzi would his own strength be emphasized. Only through this way could he finally get on equal footing with Zhang Shi. Ruohuan Gongzi had a bitter look on his face. What was this? He thought that he would at least be respected as a fellow competitor in the Master-Teacher tournament given the massive rise in his cultivation, but in the end, the other party only regarded as a mere stepping stone. The heck, I'll screw him over. The more he thought about it, the angrier he felt. Gritting his teeth, Ruohuan Gongzi turned to Zhang Xian and asked, "If this is the dueling format, does Zhang Shi have any ideas as to how I can achieve victory?" To actually challenge a master teacher of equivalent rank to a match of flaw identification, the other party was indeed hubristic. But while Ruohuan Gongzi hated to admit it, he had no confidence to face the other party in such a match-off. Thus, he entrusted his hopes to the young man before him who had created miracles time and time again. Ideas? Zhang Xian frowned. After a moment of thought, his eyes lit up and a peculiar smile appeared on his face. "I do have an idea, but it won't be easy to carry out. Oh, as long as I can defeat it, I'd do anything no matter how difficult it is." Hearing that the other party had an idea in mind, Ruohuan Gongzi's eyes lit up. He quickly stood up and bowed sincerely. "Zhang Shi, I humbly seek your guidance." All right then." Zhang Xian casually picked up the bowl of meat soup which he was half done with and passed it over. "Take this and pour it over your opponent." Pour it? Over Qin Shi? Ruohuan Gongzi's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 591. A supernatural occurrence? I asked you to teach me how to defeat Qin Lei in the duel. Why are you telling me to pour meat soup over him instead? Big brother, I'm a master teacher, not a thug, to conduct such shameless actions. Besides, if I were to do that, I would only enrage the other party. What use would it be to the duel? Ruohuan Gongzi thought that Zhang Xian would at least offer a decent solution given his astounding means, but never in his dreams did he expect the other party to be so unreliable. If he were to really do so, his reputation would immediately plummet to rock bottom. He wasn't the only one feeling lightheaded. Pavilion Master Kong and the others also widened their eyes in shock. Pouring soup over the other party? What kind of move is that? Perplexed, they instinctively turned their eyes over to Zhao Feiwu, in hopes for an explanation. Given how the latter was able to analyze Qin Lei's thoughts logically a moment ago, she might be able to do the same this time round too. But with a single glance, they staggered. Zhao Feiwu's eyes were so widened in shock that they could simply snap out of their sockets any time now. She was as dumbfounded by Zhang Shi's words as they were. While her cultivation was lacking, she possessed incredible wisdom that allowed her to make sense out of most situations. But what in the world does this "pour it over your opponent" mean? The gap in logic was simply too huge for me to follow. The dueling format is likely to be flaw identification, and Ruohuan Gongzi hopes to win the match. And so, you instructed the latter to pour meat soup over his opponent. Something just doesn't sound right here. How the heck am I supposed to analyze such a ridiculous situation? You aren't willing? Then I can't help you either. Zhang Xian shook his head in disappointment. He had already offered a solution. If the other party was unwilling to carry it out, there was nothing he could do. While White Helios sect leader Bai Kaiji had once laid his hands on Zheng Yang and the others, he had already been punished on the spot, and Zhang Xian didn't think there was any need to implicate the juniors in this matter. The reason why he was helping Ruohuan Gongzi was solely out of their relationship. If the other party wasn't willing to reciprocate, he didn't wish to push his ground either. Ruohuan Gongzi knew that the only hope he had at victory at this point was to follow Zhang Shi's instructions. Clenching his fists, he asked, "If I do as you said, can Zhang Shi really guarantee my victory?" "Guarantee? No one can guarantee anything. If you believe in me, do as I say. Otherwise, we can just drop the matter." Zhang Xian continued eating. If Zhao Feiwu's analysis turned out to be accurate, and the other party really intended to slap his face, then he was confident that his plan would bring Ruohuan Gongzi to victory. Otherwise, it would prove to be futile. Ruohuan Gongzi fell into contemplation, but it didn't take too long for him to make up his mind. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "All right, I'll go." The top 10 would get a chance to study at Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. If he could grasp this opportunity, he would surely achieve incredible accomplishments in the future. If he let it slip through his fingers, becoming a 5-star master teacher could possibly remain an obstacle that he would never overcome in his lifetime. Weighing that against Qin Lei, his wrath did seem insignificant in comparison. The world is like a race to get to the top of a pyramid. The further you advance, the more competition you will face. If Ruohuan Gongzi didn't make a move, the other party would simply take him as a stepping stone. Fairness doesn't exist in this world. If one were to keep thinking of the welfare of others, one could never hope to climb to the top. Cough cough. Ruohuan, you should reconsider this. Hearing that his student was really going to pour meat soup over Qin Lei, Pavilion Master Kang's eyebrows twitched. "I fear that if you were to do that, Qin Shi would beat you to death, and our relationship with White Helios sect would be a goner." Ruohuan Gongzi's lips twitched. Indeed, if he were to do so, the other party might just smash him into a lump of meat paste. Would you simply remain still as he tries to beat you? You have legs. Run. Besides, there are so many master teachers watching. He won't dare do anything overboard. Besides, you should have confidence in your physical resilience. You won't die that easily. Zhang Xian waved his hands. "In any case, I'm here so you don't have anything to worry about. I can guarantee you that as long as you run away after that, he'll allow you to leave without beating you up." Ruohuan Gongzi, without beating me up? Ha ha ha. All right then. Knowing that he had no other choice but to listen to Zhang Shi to win, Ruohuan Gongzi tossed aside his hesitation. Gritting his teeth, he took the bowl of meat soup and walked over to Qin Lei. Somehow, it seemed to reflect the desolate sight of a soldier marching to his own doom. Seeing him walk toward Qin Lei, the lips of Pavilion Master Kong and the others couldn't help but twitch. While they had faith in Zhang Shi, this was a little too much. Zhang Shi, will he really be fine? Zhao Feiwu couldn't help but ask. How can he be fine? Grabbing a piece of meat and stuffing it into his mouth, Zhang Xian replied with a slightly muffled voice, "How can he be fine?" The crowd's eyelids twitched violently. If it wasn't fine, why did you instruct Ruohuan Gongzi over? Are you that intent on seeing his sorry plight? The expression on everyone's faces clearly said that they would never let him go if he didn't explain this matter clearly to them. Thus, Zhang Xian began speaking. Your analysis is logical. There's an 80% chance that Qin Shi will choose flaw identification as the dueling format. However, there's still a 20% room of error. Zhao Feiwu nodded in agreement. No matter how logical her deduction was, she wasn't Qin Lei and she couldn't read his thoughts precisely. It was possible for the other party to have other thoughts in mind regarding this matter. If I were to pour a bowl of meat soup on you to provoke you, what would you do? Zhang Xian asked. I would beat you up. Zhao Feiwu replied. Indeed, that is likely to be Qin Lei's reaction too. However, looking at it from another perspective, such an action could be considered as a direct signal from Ruohuan Gongzi that he wants a physical duel. As a 4-star master teacher, Qin Lei will surely deduce this much. Under such circumstances, how do you think he'll react? Everyone was stunned. Pouring a bowl of meat soup on someone, that is a clear act of provocation. To be provoked before the duel, it was clear that his opponent wanted him to propose a physical duel. It would be hard to believe that Ruohuan Gongzi didn't have anything up his sleeves given such circumstances. While Qin Lei might be confident in his fighting prowess as well, Ruohuan Gongzi's actions would surely sprout a seed of doubt in his mind. Given how much he wanted the champion seat, he would surely choose to opt for another dueling format so as to avoid any possible mishaps. At the same time, this would also reflect his magnanimity and create a positive impression of himself. At the same time, if Qin Shi were to attempt to hit Ruohuan Gongzi after being poured with meat soup, we'll be able to analyze his movements. If so, we can make some preparations for the duel later on. Zhang Xian said. If the other party didn't execute a battle technique, he would be unable to peer into the other party's flaws. And in a normal and fair duel, it was nigh impossible for Ruohuan Gongzi to win Qin Lei. On the other hand, if Qin Lei were to execute his battle technique out of rage, a book on him would be formed in the Library of Heaven's Path, and Zhang Xian would be able to exploit his flaws. As for whether Ruohuan Gongzi would be beaten up or not, that wouldn't be any of his business. Ruohuan Gongzi would just have to treat it as the price of victory. I see. Hearing the explanation, everyone came to a realization, and they widened their eyes in admiration. They thought that Zhao Feiwu's analysis was already impressive, but Zhang Shi's thoughts were clearly deeper and more thorough. Within a short period of time, not only did he realize the possible errors in Zhao Feiwu's analysis, he even found a way to cover it up while executing his plan. Incredible! It was fortunate that he was on the same line as the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. The group shuddered at the thought of facing an opponent like that. Look, it's starting. At that moment, Su Shi suddenly pointed forward. Everyone turned their gazes over, and at this moment, Ruohuan Gongzi was already standing before Qin Lei. At this moment, Qin Lei was also in the midst of his meal. Perplexed to see his opponent carrying a bowl toward him, he was a little stunned. Qin Shi, nice to meet you. Ruohuan Gongzi nodded. Why you two? Qin Lei frowned. Before we start on our duel, I'd like to discuss something with you. Ruohuan Gongzi said politely. Discuss something with me? What is it? If you wish to admit defeat now, there's no need for it. Qin Lei harumphed coldly. But before he could finish speaking, a steaming hot liquid came flying toward him, drenching his robe. The heck! In that instant, it was as if something within Qin Lei had snapped, and frenzy overtook his rationality. He thought that that fellow was here to admit defeat in hopes that his pride could be spared on the stage later on. Never in his dreams did he expect a bowl of steaming meat soup to come flying toward him instead. I'll kill you. Roaring furiously, he immediately drove his Zhenqi and a powerful aura came gushing out. He raised his palm and directed it toward Ruohuan Gongzi forcefully. Who? But Ruohuan Gongzi was already prepared for this. He immediately leaped to the side and ran away. Pardon me, Qin Shi. I didn't do it on purpose. I simply lost my grip on the bowl. Black lines streaked across everyone's face. To carry a bowl of meat soup over for no reason, and you say it wasn't intentional? Not to mention, you were around 2 to 3 meters away from the other party. For the meat soup to travel that distance despite it being a slip of your hands, you're incredible. Touch your conscience and ask yourself if you can believe that excuse. Damn it. After hearing those words, Qin Lei's rage flurried. Just as he was about to rush over to kill that fellow, an elder suddenly stopped him. Elder Zhou. Seeing that the one stopping him was an elder of his sect, Qin Lei hurriedly stopped. Don't fall for the other party's ploy. Elder Zhou spoke to him through Zhenqi telepathy. Fall for the other party's ploy? Qin Lei was taken aback. Indeed, the other party is clearly coming over intentionally to provoke you. If you were to strike him now, there is a good chance that you might be stripped of your qualification as a participant in the tournament. Elder Zhou said. As a prestigious event held every decade, the Master Teacher Tournament had strict rules. If participants were to fight out of their match, there was a chance that they might be stripped of their qualification. But Qin Lei's body froze. He understood the logic behind it, but he still found it hard to suppress his anger. As a proud 4-star pinnacle master teacher to be splattered with meat soup, it would be a wonder if he wasn't angry. With the death of our sect leader, our White Helios sect is currently facing its greatest crisis. You must get into the top 10 in this tournament or else, it'll only be a matter of time before our sect is annexed by the other powers. Elder Zhou spoke gravely. He was present in the confrontation against Zhang Shi that day, and the sight of Yang Shi killing their sect leader was still fresh in his mind. Having offended a plausible 8-star master teacher, Their white Helios sect was facing the greatest calamity in its existence. Their only hope at this point was for Qinlei to successfully get into the top 10. Once he got into Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, the other powers would have to reconsider their options before laying their hands on them. Since that fellow is here to provoke you, he must have some kind of ace up his sleeves. Or else, he might have already given up on the tournament, and he wishes to pull you down with him. Elder Zhou continued, "You mustn't fall for his ploy. Then what should I do?" Qinlei's heart jolted, and he immediately forced himself to calm down. "There's no need to get even with him immediately. We should first continue on with the idea we decided upon and confirm the spot in the top 10. After the tournament, you can always challenge him to a master-teacher confrontation, or even a life-and-death battle." Elder Zhou harumphed. "By then, he will be in your palms, and you will be able to do whatever you want with him. Even if you were to tear him into pieces, there would be no one to stop you." This. Qinlei hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth in savagery. "All right, I'll challenge him to a life-and-death duel after the tournament. If I don't kill him, I won't be called Qinlei." He actually didn't chase me? After a moment, Ruohuan Gongzi turned around and saw that no one was behind him. At this moment, he suddenly recalled what Zhang Shi said. Is this a supernatural occurrence? Chapter 592, Beguiling 1. Even though he didn't know whether it was a supernatural occurrence or not, one thing was for sure: Zhang Shi's judgment was spot on. For this, he was extremely awed with the other party's foresight. In the past, he had been reveling in his position as the #1 genius of Myriad Kingdom Alliance, and he thought that there was no one in the world who could best him. But after seeing this young man, he realized that he was still far from matching up to true geniuses. Returning back to the group, Ruohuan Gongzi respectfully clasped his fist and asked, "Zhang Shi, what do I do now?" "Sit down and eat." Zhang Xian gestured. Ruohuan Gongzi was dumbstruck. "You got me to pour meat soup over the other party to provoke him. Going to such an extent? I thought that you would have some incredible plan in mind, and yet, you're asking me to eat now? Your match is about to start, and you'll only have the strength to fight once you're full. Without energy, how do you expect to emerge victorious against your opponent?" Zhang Xian rolled his eyes. There was only an hour of resting time, and it was about to come to an end. If he didn't hurry, the tournament was going to resume. All right. With no other better idea in mind, Ruohuan Gongzi could only follow the other party's instruction. He sat down and began to eat ravenously. The dinner prepared by the Alliance head residents was indeed sumptuous. Soon, they were full, and by then, the tournament was already about to start. Memorize the contents on it. You just have to recite it later on. Just as Ruohuan Gongzi was still perplexed as to how he should deal with Qinlei, Zhang Shi passed a piece of white paper to him. It was filled with scribblings that were written by the other party during the meal just a moment ago. Surprised, he quickly swept through the contents of the paper, and his eyes immediately widened. "Zhang Shi, do I really have to say this?" Zhang Xian nodded affirmatively. Ruohuan Gongzi's vision immediately darkened, and he nearly broke down in tears. "Big brother, you are pushing me off a cliff here. Are you that unhappy that I wasn't beaten up just now? If I were to say what is on the paper, that fellow would probably forfeit his candidature just so that he could strangle me to death. Stop wasting time idling and quickly memorize it. Remember, you must recite it word for word. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your victory." Seeing Ruohuan Gongzi wallowing in his sorrow, Zhang Shi urged him with a frown. Tears glittered in Ruohuan Gongzi's eyes. If only he'd known earlier, he would have never asked Zhang Xian for help. At this moment, it felt as though he was on board the ship of a pirate, and there was no backing out now. All right. Gritting his teeth, Ruohuan Gongzi quickly started memorizing the contents on the paper. Soon after he was done, a gong sounded, and Hong Shi's deep voice reverberated through the entire square. The tournament resumes. Would the participating master teachers come onto the stage? Everyone replied and hurried up. On the round stage, Ruohuan Gongzi took a deep breath before walking over to the dueling stage labeled A. For a moment, his silhouette looked slightly valiant. Knowing that it was too late for second thoughts, he had decided to simply follow Zhang Shi's instructions. If death was what that awaited him, so be it. Humph. Qinlei also walked toward dueling stage A as well. Recalling how the other party provoked him previously, his rage immediately surged. Seeing that all participants were on their respective stages, Hong Shi announced, "The match begins. Start discussing the format of the duel." Since White Helios sect was first place in the previous tournament, the right of choice is in my hands. Harumphing coldly, Qinlei turned at the detestable young man before him and said, "I choose comprehension of cultivation." Hearing that everything had gone as predicted, Ruohuan Gongzi was momentarily stumped. "Why? You dare not accept my challenge?" A light flickered across Qinlei's eyes. "What do I have to fear? Comprehension of cultivation, is it? So be it then. What are the rules?" Ruohuan Gongzi replied. Good. He thought that the other party would reject his proposal, but the other party accepted it candidly instead. Heaving a sigh of relief, Qinlei explained, "Simple. We'll both execute a battle technique, and each of us will point out the flaws in it. Whoever points out more flaws will be the winner." Ruohuan Gongzi nodded. "It went exactly as your analysis predicted." Seeing the sight, Pavilion Master Kong and the others turned to look at Zhao Feiwu. Even though this lady wasn't a master teacher, her wisdom was indeed impressive. All that is left is to see whether the note Zhang Shi gave him is effective or not. Zhao Feiwu chuckled lightly. The most she could do was to deduce the content of the competition. Whether Ruohuan Gongzi would be able to emerge victorious or not would depend on the content of the note that Zhang Shi passed to him. The group nodded their heads. While they were speaking, the duo on the stage were already done executing their battle techniques. After having seen the entire set of movements from Qinlei, Ruohuan Gongzi was completely stumped. He had never heard of the other party's fist art before. Needless to say, seen it. How in the world was he supposed to point out any flaws? Going by the rules, I'll go first. Seeing the confusion on the other party's face, Qinlei sneered coldly. If I'm not mistaken, the fist art that Ruohuan Gongzi executed is a spirit intermediate tier battle technique known as Seven Forsaken Fists. It's indeed a formidable technique, but it's a pity that your mastery is still lacking. I could see a total of 4 flaws. First, having barely reached Transcendent Mortal Fordan, your Jinqi isn't sufficiently pure yet. Even though your movements seem to be in place, you're lacking the essence of the technique. Second, the core of the Seven Forsaken Fist is Forsaken Heart, Forsaken Emotions, Forsaken Intent, Forsaken Benevolence, Forsaken Fate, Forsaken Thoughts, and Forsaken Desires. However, you aren't able to meet even a single one of these notions. Given that your movements and your intent are at odds, no matter how much you practice the technique, it will be nothing more than an empty shell. Third. Fourth. Soon, Qinlei finished listing out the flaws in Ruohuan Gongzi's technique. Every single point of his stabbed straight into the vitals. There was no one who wouldn't lose his confidence upon hearing too much of such words. Incredible. With just a single look, he was able to point out the 4 main flaws behind the technique. As expected of one of the strongest contenders for the champion seat, he's indeed fearsome. I was looking intently at Ruohuan Gongzi's movements too, but I wasn't able to see a single problem about it. Upon hearing Qinlei's words, a huge commotion raked up among the crowd below. Nearly everyone present here was a master teacher or an expert, and they possessed a sharp eye of such things as well. The technique Ruohuan Gongzi executed felt wholesome, and with just a single look, it was clear that he had devoted many years of his time into it. But even so, Qinlei was still able to easily list out 4 major problems. His eye of discernment wasn't inferior to even some half 5-star master teachers. Seems like it'll be hard for Ruohuan Gongzi to win in this round. I had been paying close attention to Qinlei's execution, but I wasn't even able to tell what battle technique he was executing. I am also unable to make sense out of it. Everyone discussed with hushed voices as they looked toward the stage, curious as to how Ruohuan Gongzi would deal with this situation. With a cold smirk on his face, Qinlei was also staring at Ruohuan Gongzi intently. The battle technique he had just executed had come from some ancient ruins. Even Hong Shi might not be able to recognize it, needless to say this fellow. Thus, he was confident that he would win this match. It's your turn. If you can't say anything constructive, you should just admit defeat. Seeing the conflicted expression on Ruohuan Gongzi, Qin Lei harumphed. At this moment, Ruohuan Gongzi seemed to have come to a major decision and gritted his teeth. If I'm not mistaken, there's something wrong with your brain. What? The square fell deathly silent instantaneously. Wasn't it a duel in pointing out flaws in battle techniques? When did it become an insulting competition instead? What did you say? Hearing those words, Qin Lei immediately exploded in rage. Despite not having completed nourishing your soul, you forcefully tried to achieve a breakthrough to consonant spirit realm and drove your Jinqi into your head. And in that attempt, both your soul and your brain are wounded. Am I mistaken about that? Ruohuan Gongzi said. Qin Lei frowned. After sect leader Bai Kaiji, who was also his teacher, was killed, he understood the bad state the sect was in and panicked. Thus, he forcefully tried to advance to consonant spirit realm. In that process, one Jinqi had to be driven into one's head to open up the Helling acupoint. Only with the opening with this acupoint can one make the leap to become a consonant spirit realm expert. But Qin Lei wasn't ready yet then. The head was a vulnerable region, and yet, he willfully drove his Jinqi into his, thus causing significant damage to his soul and brain. As a result, he was suffering from splitting headache whenever night falls. But he had never told this matter to anyone, even the elders of the sect, for fear of worrying them. How did the other party manage to see through this? Not only so, there are innumerable traumas from cultivating incorrectly all over your body. For the sake of impressing others in this tournament, you even cultivated a battle technique of unknown origin. If I'm not mistaken, to master it, you would need 32 acupoints all over your body to resonate in harmony, right? This requirement in itself isn't a problem. Most battle techniques have such demands from the cultivator. However, this battle technique sought to connect the Baihe and the Yongquan acupoints. The former pulls in the clear aura of the sky, whereas the latter absorbs the turbid aura of the earth. As the two of them collide, an intangible cage is formed, locking your soul firmly into your body. In other words, without any fortuitous encounter, it's impossible for you to reach consonant spirit realm. If you don't believe my words, you can try driving your Jinqi into your Bihai acupoint. If you feel a numbing sensation there, it means that your soul has already started declining. Alternatively, you can also try your Qingjin acupoint. If you feel an itch, it means that the internal of your body has grown oddly stiff, and it is nothing more than a cage at this point. Other people cultivate in hopes of advancing to higher realms, and yet, you do so only to seal your path of progress. Isn't there something really wrong with your head? Since Ruohuan Gongzi had already made up his mind, he tossed aside his hesitation and recited everything that Zhang Shi had him say. In any case, he couldn't understand the other party's battle technique. At this rate, he would lose anyway. Thus, he decided to take the gamble. At the very least, there was a ray of hope down this path. After he was done, he thought the other party would immediately rush forward to pummel him up or insult him. But shockingly, the other party remained bizarrely motionless. It was as if he had met with something incredulous, leaving his face pale with shock. Could it be that I was spot on? Gedung. Ruohuan Gongzi's heart skipped a beat. When he saw the content of the note, he thought that it was just nonsense Zhang Shi made up on the spot. If he were to recite it, the other party would surely rush up to kill him. Never had he entertained the thought that it would actually be true. The other party had barely raised his hands back then, and Zhang Shi was able to tell all of this? Of course, if you don't believe me, you can continue trying for consonant spirit realm. You'll feel a surge of powerlessness, or perhaps your Jinqi, suppressed by some sort of power, might even be unable to enter your head. Ruohuan Gongzi's eyes lit up, and endless confidence seemed to surge into him at this instant. Ignoring the other party's shocked expression, he continued, despite being a 4-star pinnacle master teacher, you cultivated a battle technique blindly without analyzing its true nature, and yet, You still dare to challenge me to a comprehension of cultivation duel. How much more arrogant can you get? Qin Lei's body swayed weakly, as though it had lost its backbone. He had just tried out everything that the other party had said, and it turned out that the other party was completely spot on. Could it be that he had really cultivated incorrectly? To err so greatly despite being a master teacher, how was he supposed to guide others then? This wasn't only a loss in this duel, this was a loss for him as a master teacher as well. All right, I'll stop here. As a fellow master teacher, I can tell you this. There's still a way to resolve your problem at this point, but the longer you delay it, the harder it'll be for you to make a full recovery. Ruohuan Gongzi waved his hands. I'm a magnanimous person, so as long as you admit your defeat, I'll impart you the solution to your problem. Chapter 593, Beguiling 2, Beneath the Stage. Zhang Shi, this is what that was on your note. You managed to discern this much? Pavilion Master Kong and the others stared at the young man before them with widened eyes. He was well aware of his own student's capability. He couldn't even tell what battle technique Qin Lei executed previously, and yet, his disciple was able to logically deduce facts that left the entire crowd stumped. Unless Zhang Shi was involved, there was no way his disciple could be capable of this. That's right, Zhang Xian admitted. But Qin Shi had only driven his zhenqi and lifted his palm. How in the world were you able to discern so much? Even after hearing the words of affirmation from the person in question, the crowd still found the matter too difficult to believe. Ruohuan Gongzi did manage to provoke Qin Lei by pouring meat soup on him, but in the end, a fight didn't break out, and both sides hardly made any moves. Yet, to make such an in-depth analysis under such circumstances, are you for real? What kind of eye of discernment is this? But what kind of battle technique did Qin Lei cultivate? To think that there would actually be a battle technique in the world that would lock one's soul and prevent one from achieving a breakthrough. Su Shi couldn't help but express his shock. A 4-star pinnacle master teacher possessed astute senses surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. How could Qin Lei possibly cultivate a battle technique that would seal his soul without realizing it himself? I've no idea as well. Zhang Xian shook his head. You don't know? Then, everyone frowned. If you don't know what battle technique it is, how do you know what kind of sensation would be induced by stimulating the respective acupoints? The Bihai acupoint corresponds to the soul, whereas the Qingjin acupoint is the point connecting the body to the soul. These were common facts that all transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle experts know of. Under normal circumstances, the triggering of these acupoints with zhenqi should nourish one's souls. Given that such anomalies happened, it would be hard to believe that there was nothing wrong with the other party. But if you don't even know what battle technique the other party cultivated, how in the world do you know that his Qingjin acupoint is closed and his soul is wounded? It's a lie. Zhang Xian replied calmly. A lie. Everyone froze. The cultivators of the White Helios sect cultivates the White Helios Shenqi, which is a type of zhenqi possessing yang attribute. Back then, when Bai Kaiji came to attack my residence, my teacher told me about it. Zhang Xian said. Pavilion Master Kong and the others nodded their heads. The White Helios formula that most members in the White Helios sect cultivated was indeed a yang attribute cultivation technique. Upon mastering it, one's attacks would be augmented with immense destructive force. Having suffered a tragic defeat against them, they went to investigate the other party, so they were well aware of the basic information surrounding them. The food provided by the Alliance head residents consists mainly of food that seeks to revitalize, such as spirit beast meat and medicinal herbs. Am I right about that? Zhang Xian asked. In truth, the Alliance head residents also provided the same food to the members of the other sects and empires as well. Spirit beast meat, savage beast meat, and even precious medicinal herbs rich in spiritual energy were used in the cooking so as to nourish and energize the exhausted participants. That's right. Zhao Feiwu nodded her head. She was involved in the choosing of the ingredients for the food, so she was well aware of this matter. What would happen if a cultivator practicing a yang attribute cultivation technique consumes extremely nourishing food? Zhang Xian asked. His cells will become lively, and his flow of zhenqi would hasten. Pavilion Master Kong replied. It had a similar effect to consuming stimulant. After all, if a person rich in hot energy were to consume nourishing food, his body would surely be overflowing with energy, resulting in physical restlessness. Just that, wouldn't that simply put him in a better condition for battle? Under normal circumstances, it would only induce positive effects to the cultivator. However, you've neglected an ingredient used in the brewing of the soup. If I'm not mistaken, there is jadine grass, Zhang Xian said. There's indeed jadine grass. Even though that grass is known for its colding properties, it has the effect of cooling one down and boosting one's cognitive capacity. On top of that, it is a famous delicacy as well. Halfway through her words, Zhao Feiwu suddenly realized something, and her eyes widened. It's indeed a famous medicinal herb, but the problem lies exactly with its colding properties. Given that we are still in the midst of the tournament, Qinlei is likely to be filled with excitement. On top of that, his yang jinqi and the nourishing food he had consumed left him practically brimming with energy, and at such a moment, a soup containing energy was poured over him. I believe even if I don't explain this, you should understand the consequences of the matter. Zhang Xian smiled. The abrupt collision of yin and yang. To protect itself, the body would automatically shut its acupoint. If all of his acupoints are closed, that explains why his soul is locked in his body. Why you actually designed this scenario? Coming to a realization, the faces of Pavilion Master Kong, Su Shi, and the others paled in frenzy. They thought that Zhang Shi had incredible capability to be able to analyze so much regarding Qinlei. They didn't expect that it was all a huge ploy set up to trap Qinlei from the initial pouring of the soup. Not only was each chain of the plan linked tightly to the next, leaving little room for failure, there was also very little evidence to trace back the matter. If Zhang Shi hadn't explained the matter, they would have probably never realized it. As the person standing in the center of everything, Qinlei was unlikely to be any wiser than them. His loss was already fixed from the moment Zhang Shi's help was engaged. This was way too formidable. I just happened to think of it. Zhang Xian nodded in response. In truth, the entire plan lay upon a single fact. Qinlei had attempted to achieve a breakthrough to consonant spirit realm and failed, causing his soul to be damaged. Without this laying the foundation for all the latter theories, it would be impossible to convince the other party of this hoax. This was how humans worked, as well as a common ploy used by fortune tellers. With a single fact to set the foundation, the parts that came afterward would seem much more believable. Not to mention, it was based on solid theories known by all 4-star Pinnacle Master teachers. On the contrary, it would be hard for him not to believe those words instead. Since it's a lie, then, Ruohuan said that he has a solution. Suddenly, Pavilion Master Kong recalled what Ruohuan Gongzi had just said, and a premonition suddenly struck him. If this was all a lie, what kind of solution could Ruohuan Gongzi offer? Just watch on. Zhang Xian gestured to the stage. The group hurriedly turned their sights over. At this moment, Qinlei, after a long internal struggle, sighed deeply and said, I admit my defeat. I beseech you to impart me the solution to my problem. He was already in the top 16. Even if he were to fail now, he could still vie for the last 2 placing of the top 10. But if his problem wasn't resolved, his cultivation would be unable to advance any further. Just the thought of it was completely unacceptable to him. Weighing the pros and cons, he decided to admit defeat and accept the other party's guidance. In any case, it was just a matter of time before he killed this fellow. What harm was there to give a little glee to a dying man? Admit defeat? Qin Shi actually admitted defeat? It seems like Ruohuan Gongzi's words were spot on. Impressive. We weren't even able to recognize the battle technique, and yet he had managed to see through even the flaws in Qin Shi's cultivation. When did Ruohuan Gongzi become so impressive? I think I saw him consulting Zhang Shi just a moment ago. Do you think that it's possible that this is all Zhang Shi's doing? Qinlei admitting defeat was huge news that generated an enormous uproar amongst the crowd. One must know that there was a huge disparity in the capability between Ruohuan Gongzi and Qinlei. This huge reversal had sparked thoughts in the minds of many. Many of them had seen Ruohuan Gongzi seeking Zhang Shi's pointers during the break previously. Since you've admitted defeat, I'll help you then. Hearing the other party admit his defeat, Ruohuan Gongzi began trembling in agitation, knowing that he had gotten into the top 8. Actually, the solution is simple. Your change in acupoint is only sealed temporarily due to some external stimulus. As long as you rest well tonight, you'll be fine tomorrow. Rest well tonight? Qinlei widened his eyes in shock. His vision went dark, and a mini explosion occurred in his head. If he still couldn't tell that he had been played a fool, he would be unbefitting as a 4-star pinnacle master teacher. I'll kill you. Howling furiously, he prepared to charge over angrily. All right, a loss is a loss. On top of knowledge and physical strength, the Master Teacher Tournament also seeks to assess one's adaptability. It's due to your own ignorance that you were deceived. You shouldn't pin the blame on anyone else. Hongshi flicked his sleeves, and Qinlei immediately stopped with a stagger. Given that Qinlei had willingly admitted defeat after being duped, there was no one he could blame for it. Since even Hongshi was speaking up, Qinlei knew that there was nothing else he could do at this point. His teeth bit tightly on his lips out of rage, and fresh blood regurgitated at the back of his throat, threatening to spill at any moment. What the heck was this? He had marched onto the stage so confidently, only to be fooled by someone else, and not to mention, he actually willingly admitted defeat. Damn it, Jun Ruohuan, if I can't kill you, I'll abandon my name. Qinlei howled furiously inside. The results were out. Ruohuan Gongzi had successfully advanced to the next round. As soon as he got off the stage, he immediately turned to look at Zhang Shi in agitation. In truth, when he first read the content on the paper, he thought that he would surely be beaten to death. He never thought that he would actually succeed. Top 8 of the Master Teacher Tournament. This was a result he never thought would be possible. Thank you, Zhang Shi. He clasped his fist respectfully. It was still a while ago that he still tried to compete with this young man over everything. But at this point, such a notion vanished completely from his mind. This fellow may seem a little dense on the surface, but if one were to try to compete with him, one would only end up utterly defeated. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Given how badly Qinshi was scammed, he will surely apply for a life-and-death duel against you. For now, you should think of how you would face him first. Zhang Xian said. Ruohuan Gongzi nodded in response. If two master teachers had an irreconcilable grudge, they could apply for a life-and-death duel to resolve the matter once and for all. Given how badly Qinlei was humiliated before such a huge crowd, there was a good chance that he would apply for one right after the tournament. If the headquarters were to give their consent, Ruohuan Gongzi would have to face him. But still, the headquarters rarely consented to life-and-death duels unless in extreme situations. And even if it did, Ruohuan Gongzi wouldn't necessarily lose to the other party. In truth, the paper that Zhang Shi gave him contained major flaws on the other party's cultivation and battle techniques, and he had already memorized them all. As such, it was impossible to tell who would be the one destroyed in a life-and-death duel. Putting aside the matter, Ruohuan Gongzi warned with a grave expression, Zhang Shi, your opponent for this round is Wei Chongqing of the Zijin sect. I've heard that this fellow is extremely formidable, so you must be careful later on. The lots were only drawn at the initial phase, and the matching would follow by a certain fixed format afterward. The person Zhang Shi would face was Wei Chongqing, a formidable genius of the Zijin sect. You've heard of him? Zhang Xian asked curiously. Even though he's not in the top 10 of the list of contenders, it doesn't mean that he's incapable. His greatest flaw is only his lacking cultivation. Just like you, he's a transcendent mortal 3-dan pinnacle cultivator. To be able to get into the top 16 despite his lacking cultivation, I'm sure you can imagine how talented he is in other aspects. Ruohuan Gongzi's eyebrows shot up. I spectated his previous match, and he used his supporting occupation as a blacksmith to force his opponent to admit his defeat. Zhang Xian nodded. He had seen the match too, and honestly speaking, that fellow was indeed impressive. Without true capability, it was nigh impossible for a transcendent mortal 3-dan pinnacle to triumph over a transcendent mortal 4-dan in smithing. As smithing wasn't one of Zhang Xian's supporting occupations, it would be impossible for the other party to challenge him in this field. But if the other party were to challenge him in a duel of pill forging, that may prove to be a little troublesome. Chapter 594, Duel of Beast Taming. While he was a 4-star apothecary, he had only gotten his emblem through pill discourse. Pill forging was still impossible for him. In a match of pill forging, Zhang Shi, being unable to forge anything at all, would surely lose tragically. But still, given that pill forging required significant preparation, it was unlikely to appear in the Master-Teacher tournament. In any case, you just have to know that he is impressive in his supporting occupations, and you shouldn't accept any duel of that sort, Ruohuan Gongzi advised. Wei Chongqing's cultivation was lacking, but he excelled in his supporting occupations. Knowing this, Zhang Xian could use his right to reject a proposed dueling format, once to vie for better conditions for himself. While the Myriad Kingdom Alliance group was discussing this issue, an air of desolation seemed to be floating around the group from Zijin's sect. That Zhang Shi has been barging his way through every single obstacle with astounding means. I fear that there's very little hope for you. An elder from Zijin's sect lamented with a deep frown etched on his forehead. That monster seems to possess no weakness at all. How are we supposed to compete with him? No one here thought well of their own participant. If it was anyone else, even if the person was Luo Xian, they would surely give it their all. But against that freak, they simply couldn't see any hope at all, and a wave of helplessness overwhelmed them. I can't help but admit that he's nearly flawless as a master-teacher too, but I find it hard to believe that his astounding capabilities could extend to his supporting occupations too. Wei Chongqing narrowed his eyes. He specialized in his supporting occupations, and he had absolute confidence in that field. I've had someone look into it, and his 4 main supporting occupations are namely 5-star appraiser, 4-star formation master, 4-star physician, and 4-star beast tamer. Wei Chongqing lifted up his fingers and counted. My 4 supporting occupations are 4-star blacksmith, 4-star tea master, 4-star painter, and 4-star beast tamer. The only common supporting occupation we have is beast taming, but this is more than sufficient. More than sufficient? It can't be that you intend to challenge him in beast taming? The elders of the sect glanced at one another. Beast taming is an extremely troublesome process. If one wished to compete in the field of supporting occupation, both competitors must share the same supporting occupation. Otherwise, if only one side was learned in the field, there would be no point to the duel at all. While Zhang Xian did have other supporting occupations such as apothecary and painter, they hadn't reached 4-star yet. As such, the only viable option was beast taming. Unaware of the rules, Zhang Xian was still worrying over the latter, challenging him to a duel of pill forging. However, beast taming required one to be close to a spirit beast, and sometimes this process could take several years. On the other hand, the duel for the Master-Teacher tournament had to be completed within an instant's time. There was a clear lack of time for this. Don't worry, I've an idea in mind. In the field of beast taming, I'll never lose out to him. A gleam flashed across Wei Chongqing's eyes. It's good that you're confident, but make sure not to force yourself. Indeed, even if you were to lose, do be polite to the other party. We'll make sure to reward you greatly when we return back to our sect. Otherwise, you might as well admit defeat now. Our sect will at least be able to retain its pride. None of the elders had much faith in him. Wei Chongqing's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Are you on my side or Zhang Xian's side? It's one thing for you not to support me, but to actually advise me to admit defeat. Just the thought of it left him speechless. Humph, Zhang Xian. I'll defeat you so as to shut these old fogies up. Gritting his teeth, Wei Chongqing howled frenziedly within. Clenching his fists tightly, he proceeded to the stage. This match was no longer about the top 10 placing anymore. What was at stake was his dignity. If he wished to retain his dignity, he would have to defeat Zhang Shi and prove his capability. On the stage labeled D, looking at the young man opposite to him, Wei Chongqing gritted his teeth tightly. Seeing the other party's hostile gesture, Zhang Xian was stumped. It should be his first time meeting the other party. Why did the other party look as though he had killed his father and claimed his wife? Perplexed, Zhang Xian tried asking, "Have we met before?" We have never met before, but I'm determined to defeat you. Wei Chongqing declared furiously. I decide to challenge you to a duel in our supporting occupation, that is, beast taming. Do you dare to accept the duel? Beast taming? Not expecting the other party to propose such a dueling format, Zhang Xian frowned. How would this match go? Simple. Since you're a 4-star beast tamer, you would surely have your own tamed beast. Why don't we call our tamed beasts over, and we'll give one another an incense's time to interact with each other's tamed beast. Whoever commands the greater degree of loyalty from the other party's tamed beast will be deemed the winner. Wei Chongqing said, exchange tamed beasts to tame for an incense's time. Are you certain about it? Zhang Xian looked at the other party with a bizarre expression. The other party's intent was clear. I'll tame your tamed beast while you tame mine. Whoever manages to induce more loyalty from the other party's tamed beast will be the victor. This was a common competition format between beast tamers. Just that, this fellow really wanted to compete with him in beast taming? Of course. Wei Chongqing sneered coldly. Why? To think that the most popular contender for the champion seat would actually fear my beast taming ability? Are you that fearful of me? All right then. Seeing that the other party was serious in his proposed duel format, Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Compete with Zhang Shi in beast taming? Is that fellow mad? Hearing the content of the duel, Zhao Feiwu stared at the fool with a gaze brimming with sympathy. You must be unaware that Zhang Shi only took 2 breaths to tame the demon sink beast. To actually challenge him to this, are you that desperate to find some excitement in your dull life? I've seen people with suicidal tendencies, but you seem to top the list. The mouths of Pavilion Master Kong and the others twitched. Even though they had never witnessed Zhang Shi taming a beast, they had heard of it from Hall Master Han Chong of the Beast Hall personally on the day of the selection round. A spirit beast which even he was unable to tame despite years of effort, Zhang Shi actually managed to turn it into a loyal guard for his residents. Are you certain that you can win? Seems like this will be an interesting match to watch. Wei Chongqing is a famous genius beast tamer, and I've heard that he has once participated in a beast taming competition and became the champion. I've heard of the same as well. Zhang Shi really shouldn't have accepted this challenge. Unlike the other duels, a duel of beast taming won't be just about one's own capability. One would have to possess sufficient resources in one's possession as well. It might be hard for him to advance to the top 8. Contrary to Zhao Feiwu and the group's sympathetic expression, the other master teachers, ignorant of Zhang Xian's astounding feats, had a grave expression on their faces. Beast taming is an expensive occupation which demands one to have sufficient treasures in one's possession. Otherwise, if one couldn't even attract the spirit beast's attention, how could one possibly induce loyalty in the latter? The Myriad Kingdom Alliance was clearly much poorer than the Zijin sect. In terms of beast taming, the latter was in an advantageous position. Look, the both of them have summoned their tamed beasts over. Amidst discussions from the crowd, a huge gust of wind suddenly blew in the air above them. 2 gigantic spirit beasts flew over and landed on the stage. They were Demon Sink Beast and Wei Chongqing's tamed beast. Zhang Xian glanced over. The other party's tamed beast was a gigantic barreline spirit beast. It was at Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan primary stage, far weaker than Demon Sink Beast. This is your tamed beast? Wei Chongqing had thought that the other party's tamed beast would be around the same cultivation realm as his, and he was confident in winning significant loyalty from it. Who knew that the other party's tamed beast would turn out to be so powerful? Wei Chongqing's face immediately collapsed, and tears brimmed in his eyes. It would be amazing if a normal Transcendent Mortal 3-Dan Pinnacle expert could tame a Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Spirit Beast, and yet, you actually tamed a Consonant Spirit Realm fellow? How in the world did you do it? Feel free to go first. I'm in no hurry. Zhang Xian gestured. After which, he turned to Demon Sink Beast and said, Wei Shi over here hopes to tame you, so do cooperate with him. Roar. Demon Sink Beast was stunned for a moment. It twisted its gigantic head to the young man not too far away, and in an instant, the young man felt a huge pressure on his soul. It was as if his soul was placed into a furnace which would burn him into cinders. Feeling the immense pressure on him, Wei Chongqing's mouth twitched. His body couldn't help but shudder, and he nearly spurted blood. If I can't even get near to it, how in the world can I tame it? Flicking his wrist, Wei Chongqing took out a jade bottle and said, "Brother Demon Sink, this is the blood essence of a transcendent mortal 5-dan spirit beast that I prepared for you. May I know if you would be interested in it?" Prying the jade bottle open, a dense concentration of spiritual energy immediately surged into the surrounding. Blood essence of a transcendent mortal 5-dan spirit beast. What a generous offer. Indeed, this single bottle is probably worth a minimum of a dozen middle-tier spirit stones. You're giving a very conservative estimate. Chances are it would be much higher than that. There's no spirit beast who wouldn't be tempted by that. Zhang Shi is really in trouble this time round. Seems like Wei Chongqing came prepared. Seeing the generous offer, a huge commotion broke out below. The blood essence of a stronger spirit beast posed irresistible attraction to a weaker spirit beast. There were countless spirit beasts who would submit before such a treasure. It was no wonder Wei Chongqing dared to challenge Zhang Shi to such a duel. It seemed like he came prepared. If Zhang Shi couldn't offer anything more valuable than that, he would surely lose this match. Roar. Seeing the transcendent mortal 5-dan spirit beast blood essence, Demon Sink Beast's eyes lit up. It immediately lifted its thick claws and snatched the jade bottle over. Not expecting the other party to simply snatch the blood essence over, Wei Chongqing panicked. There's no need to hurry. As long as you promise to become my friend, I'll give it to you. Why you? What are you doing? The heck? He thought that he would surely win the other party's goodwill with the spirit beast blood essence in hand. Who knew that before a shadow would come crashing down on him before he was done speaking? Before he realized it, he was already beneath the other party's claws. You, return my spirit beast blood essence. Wei Chongqing roared furiously, but before he was done with his words, he felt the force of the claw pressing down on him intensifying. Put-hong. An indentation appeared on the stage, and Wei Chongqing was pushed into the ground. Wei Chongqing was on the verge of tears. No matter what, he was a 4-star master teacher, as well as a respected beast tamer. To be smashed into the ground by a spirit beast, the stifled feeling in his heart left him extremely frustrated and frenzied. Listen to me. As long as you let me go, I have better things to offer you. Pooh. But just like before, the pressure pushing down on him was hiked up yet another notch before he was done speaking. Snap. His ribcage creaked, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth. In the next instant, he suddenly felt an ache on his finger. His storage ring had been taken away by the gigantic spirit beast on top of him. Wei Chongqing was about to go insane. No matter what, you're a consonant spirit realm spirit beast, and you already possess some degree of intelligence. Shouldn't you try to uphold your dignity rather than snatch whatever you want as though a willful child? While he was spewing blood, he heard the demon sink beast above him howl, following which, with a tinge of peculiarity, Zhang Shi's voice sounded, "My demon sink beast says that, as long as you submit to it and become its tamed human, it will return your storage ring to you." Submit? Tamed human? Pooh. Wei Chongqing's vision went dark. Big brother, I'm here to tame your spirit beast, not to have your spirit beast tame me. Chapter 595. What are you feigning death for? Back on Coke's Ridge, the demon sink beast had been abandoned of the region. Even the Alliance head residents and the Beast Hall were unable to do anything about it. Those who dared challenge it were either killed or pummeled and thrown to some remote corner of the world. Yet, this fellow actually dared to try and tame it. He could be considered lucky to have survived until now. Roar. Waving the spirit beast blood essence and storage ring with its claws, demon sink beast roared once more. Cough cough. Zhang Xian coughed before translating sheepishly. It wants you to drink the spirit beast blood essence. As demon sink beast was his tamed beast, he could communicate with it directly through his soul even if he didn't comprehend beast language. It wasn't too difficult for him to understand such simple expressions of the other party. drinking the blood essence of a spirit beast. Wei Chongqing burst into tears. Spirit beast blood essence was only effective against spirit beasts. If a human were to drink it, not only would it be ineffective, he might even find scales or hair growing all over him, as though a monster. Or in the worst-case scenario, it might even spell death. After all, not everyone possessed Heaven's Path Shunqi to neutralize the violent energy contained within the blood essence. Roar. Seeing no movements from the person under it, Demon Sink Beast roared once more as it opened the jade bottle and tried to stuff it in the other party's mouth. Zhang Shi, save me. I won't try to tame it anymore. Wei Chongqing's face immediately paled in fright, and his soul nearly drifted out of his body. Judging from the other party's vigorous actions, it seemed as though the Demon Sink Beast wanted him to eat the jade bottle on top of the Spirit Beast blood essence. If he didn't beg for mercy now, he would be dead soon. What the heck is this? He confidently declared that he would tame the other party's Spirit Beast, but this huge fellow simply refused to follow conventions. There was no Spirit Beast, even tamed ones, who could resist the allure of consonant Spirit Realm Spirit Beast blood essence. Upon sight, they would immediately fawn on him in hopes of obtaining it. Yet, this huge fellow thought of it as trash, and even tried to feed it to him. Will you be glad only after I'm dead? To think that a 4-star beast tamer would end up crushed under a spirit beast and be tamed by the latter instead. What in the world was this? Seeing that Wei Chongqing would really die if this were to go on, Zhang Xian reprimanded. All right, Demon Sink, that's enough. Roar. With a disappointed look, Demon Sink lifted its claws and walked over to the side of the stage. As for the storage ring and the jade bottle of spirit beast blood essence, it didn't seem like it had any intentions of returning them. You must be jesting. These are my spoils of war. You want me to return them? Dream on. Cough, cough. Spewing another 2 mouthfuls of blood, Wei Chongqing struggled to his feet with a ghastly white face. He hadn't even begun his taming when he was already left on the verge of death by a spirit beast. If word were to get out, he would be too ashamed to call himself a beast tamer. He would simply be mocked. He hesitantly turned around to look at Demon Sink Beast, hoping to get back his storage ring and spirit beast blood essence, only to meet the latter's glare instead. A shiver went down his spine. How could he possibly get back his stuff like that? The other party's glare seemed to be saying, "It is already out of utmost benevolence on my part that you're still breathing now." Tears streamed down Wei Chongqing's face. I am here to find prestige. Why does it seem like I'm only embarrassing myself here? It seems like you didn't obtain the slightest loyalty from my tamed beast. Is there any point pushing on with the duel? Zhang Xian asked. The winner of the duel would be the one who managed to induce a higher loyalty level from the other party's tamed beast. Since Wei Chongqing didn't obtain the slightest shred of loyalty from Demon Sink Beast, he was already fated to lose. There wasn't any point in continuing with it. Of course we should go on. Beast taming hinges on luck. You might not fare any better than me. If you were to fail as well, it could end in a draw. Wei Chongqing gritted his teeth as he spoke. There wasn't much time left. Even though he wasn't able to tame Demon Sink Beast, the other party might not be able to win the loyalty of the Barreline Spirit Beast. It might just end in a draw. At the very least, he would be able to retain some of his dignity this way. Are you certain? Zhang Xian asked the other party with a peculiar expression. Of course. Seeing the Zhang Xian's expression, Wei Chongqing thought that the other party was unconfident. Regaining his confidence, he sneered coldly, placed his hands behind his back, and turned to his tamed beast, Barreline Spirit Beast. Zhang Shi over here will be trying to tame you. As long as you stand your ground and get back at him for me, I'll give you whatever you want when we return home. I can even find a suitable ancient bloodline to induce a bloodline evolution for you. Roar. Hearing its owner's promise, Barreline Spirit Beast's large eyes gleamed in determination as it hurriedly nodded its head. Shameless. How can one be so shameless? Indeed, Zhang Shi told Demon Sink Beast to cooperate with him, and yet he actually told his tamed beast to not give in no matter what happens. How is Zhang Shi supposed to tame the Barreline Spirit Beast like that? That is cheating. This is supposed to be a fair duel, and yet, He gave his tamed beast such orders. Does he have no dignity? Hearing Wei Chongqing's words, a huge uproar broke out amidst the crowd below. Zhang Shi had told Demon Sink Beast to cooperate with you. You were the one who lacked the capability to do so, and ended up being beaten up instead. And now that it is the other party's turn, you actually gave such orders to your tamed beast, even offering a huge incentive for it. Do you have any pride? Since this is a duel of beast taming, the conditions should at least be fair. What happened to the magnanimity a master teacher should possess? Embarrassing. How embarrassing. The various elders of the Zijin sect clasped their faces. They didn't expect a genius of their sect to resort to such underhanded tricks. What is this? With this, even if they were to win the Master Teacher tournament, they would be too ashamed to face anyone. I'll be starting then. Seeing that the other party hadn't given up yet, Zhang Xian shook his head with a bitter smile before turning to look at Barreline's spirit beast. Roar! Roaring furiously, Barreline's spirit beast, like Demon Sink Beast, tried to crush Zhang Xian under its claws. It had seen how its master had suffered under Demon Sink Beast, and it intended to get back at Zhang Shi for this. However, it only possessed a cultivation of transcendent mortal 4-dan primary stage. It couldn't pose any threat to Zhang Xian at all. With a sidestep, Zhang Xian dodged the attack and retaliated with a slap. Pa! A resounding slap struck Barreline's spirit beast's giant face. Before that giant fellow could react, it was already twirling in the air before being face-planted into the ground, leaving behind 2 gigantic, twitching feet exposed. Zhang Xian possessed the strength that rivaled even a consonant spirit realm intermediate stage expert, a might exceeding 2 million ding. Even a spirit realm low-tier weapon would shatter before such immense might. If not for him holding back, Barreline's spirit beast would already be crippled at this point. Not to mention, the other party's movement was too fast for it to even perceive, let alone retaliate. Barreline's spirit beast stood no chance against Zhang Xian from the very start. What? With a single slap, he actually face-planted a transcendent mortal 4-dan spirit beast? How much strength does it take to achieve such a feat? Everyone was flabbergasted. Spirit beasts were blessed with superior physiques. With their powerful might and formidable defense, human cultivators of the same cultivation realm were hardly a match for them. In other words, this transcendent mortal 4-dan primary stage Barreline spirit beast would be matched for even a transcendent mortal advanced stage cultivator. Yet, it was actually face-planted helplessly into the ground with a single slap. What kind of monstrous strength did Zhang Shi possess? Isn't that a little, way too fearsome? Below the stage, the lips of Wu Tianhao, who had been recovered from the building and was currently spectating the duel, twitched in fright. He thought that it was only a stroke of fortune that the other party managed to throw him off the stage. If he had been a bit more careful, he would not have lost. But at this moment, he realized that it was a stroke of fortune that he was only thrown into the sky. If the other party had directed that slap at him then, his head might not have been attached to his neck right now. You said that he's weak in physical duels? Wu Tianhao glanced at his friend. I'll sever my friendship with you. Wu Tianhao's friend. Wait a moment. While Zhang Shi does have the upper hand in a physical duel, if he continues to beat Barreline's spirit beast up like that, how can he win the other party's loyalty? That's right. If Zhang Shi fails to induce the slightest bit of loyalty in Barreline's spirit beast, won't the duel end in a draw? Damn it. Zhang Shi should have been the winner. Once a draw occurs, things will get troublesome. After recovering from the shock, everyone came to a realization. In a conventional beast taming process, one would take out alluring treasures that a spirit beast couldn't reject to win its goodwill. On the contrary, beating up a spirit beast would only result in an irreconcilable grudge with it. As a 4-star beast tamer, Zhang Shi should have aware of this. Why did he lay his hands on Barreline's spirit beast then? Not to mention, his blow was exceptionally heavy. Such actions would only incur the resentment of Barreline's spirit beast. Not only would he not win the loyalty level of it, he would even be hated. Haha, let's see what are you going to do now. Not expecting Zhang Xian to be so reckless as to lay his hands on Barreline's spirit beast, Wei Chongqing nearly burst into laughter. He had spent 2 entire years offering all kinds of treasures for the other party to choose, even hunting and sleeping with it before he managed to tame it. Yet, this fellow actually sent such a heavy slap to it. Given Barreline's spirit beast's proud nature, it would be a huge blessing if it didn't charge up to tear him apart. To achieve a positive loyalty level under such a situation? Impossible. Even though he failed to obtain the loyalty of Demon Sink Beast, the other party also failed with Barreline's spirit beast. If so, it would be a draw. In fact, in terms of goodwill, he might even be said to be the winner. Dang! Just as Wei Chongqing was trembling with delight, a tong sounded and incense's time was up. An incense's time was only a rough gauge for the duration of a match, but even so, it meant that the competitors should start wrapping up to determine the winner. Zhang Xian didn't have any time to resort to any tricks anymore. It could be said that Wei Chongqing was in a safe position already. Humph! Didn't you all say that I should admit my defeat, and that I would surely lose? Look, I've managed to achieve a draw with even the strongest contender of the tournament. Let's see what else can you say. The more he thought about it, the more excited he felt. Turning to the young man before him, he spoke proudly, Zhang Shi, since you failed to tame Barreline's spirit beast and I failed to tame Demon Sink Beast, why don't we call it a draw? A draw. Indeed. In fact, given how you laid your hands on Barreline's spirit beast and incurred its resentment, it can be said that you've already lost in terms of goodwill. Wei Chongqing said. You all spoke of magnanimity? Here it is. It should have been clearly Zhang Shi's loss, but I allowed him to go off with a draw. Resentment? Just as Wei Chongqing was still immersed in his delight, the young man before him shook his head and kicked the gigantic legs twitching above the ground. What are you feigning death for? Hurry up and acknowledge your new master. Walla! Roar! Following which, Barreline's spirit beast hurriedly plucked itself out of the ground, rushed to Zhang Shi excitedly, and knelt down. It cuddled up to Zhang Shi with its head, as though a cute pug fawning over its master. What? Wei Chongqing's body stiffened, and his eyes nearly fell to the ground. How could this be? Didn't the other party just beat it up? Why was it acknowledging the other party as its master now? Can anyone tell me what in the world is going on? Chapter 596. Sword Duel. Wei Chongqing found himself standing on the brink of insanity. It was just a moment ago that he offered such a huge incentive to Barreline's spirit beast for it to resist the other party's taming. And yet, in the blink of an eye, it had already betrayed him. Isn't there a mistake somewhere? If the other party had offered something beyond him, such as a higher-tier spirit beast blood essence, Wei Chongqing would have conceded. But what the other party offered was a resounding slap instead. Where did the pride you had when I tamed you go? Do you have any dignity? Barreline's spirit beast, what are you doing? Have you already forgotten that you're my spirit beast? Blood rushed to Wei Chongqing's head as his face reddened in rage. Roaring loudly, he stomped forward. As my spirit beast, how can you kneel and fawn over another? If even this could be tolerated, there would be nothing in the world that couldn't be tolerated. Who? But before he could get close, a gigantic claw suddenly appeared before his eyes. Pong! Kicked squarely in his chest, Wei Chongqing was sent flying backward, and blood spurted wildly from his mouth. You! Wei Chongqing was frenzied. The one who struck him wasn't anyone else but his own tamed beast. To think that he would be kicked by his own tamed beast while giving it a piece of his mind. It seemed like the latter had really betrayed him. I spent 2 years to tame you, and the money I spent on you is sufficient to build even a castle. And yet, just the thought of it caused another mouthful of blood to spurt from Wei Chongqing's mouth. Big brother, isn't this going a little too far? Zhang Shi managed to tame Barreline's spirit beast? Furthermore, with just a single slap. While Wei Chongqing was busy spewing blood, the crowd spectating the commotion also felt as though their heads were bursting apart. The sight before them was simply too inconceivable for them to accept. Was this a supernatural encounter, a paranormal sight, or an occult occurrence? With just a single slap, Zhang Shi actually managed to tame Barreline's spirit beast to the point that it didn't even recognize its own master anymore, even kicking the latter away. Why did it sound so fantastical? So this is Zhang Shi's beast pummeling taming method? Pavilion Master Kong, Su Shi, and the others found their lips twitching uncontrollably. When they heard of it from Zhao Ye, they took it with a tinge of skepticism. After all, the very notion of it was simply too ridiculous. But upon seeing it, they realized that it was even more ridiculous and fearsome than what they had imagined. To make a spirit beast betray its master and become subservient to one with a single slap, how in the world does this work? How humiliating! The various elders from Zijin's sect grasped their faces once more. Cough, cough. You don't need to kowtow anymore. I'll take you in as my tamed beast. After Barreline's spirit beast kicked Wei Changqing away, it started kowtowing profusely, in fear of being rejected. Roar! Seeing that the other party had agreed to it, Barreline's spirit beast stood up, walked over to the edge of the stage, and stood beside Demon Sink Beast as though an underling. Indescribable excitement glowed in its eyes. With a proud gaze, it glanced at Wei Changqing, whose face was trickling with blood. Wei Changqing clutched at his own chest, stifled. It was only at this moment that it suddenly struck him, a reason why Zhang Shi kept asking him if he was certain. It wasn't that the other party was unconfident, the other party was just afraid that he would be humiliated too badly. If only he'd known, he wouldn't have clutched on to his pride and defied the words of his sect elders. He would have just admitted defeat obediently. Not only did he lose his storage ring and spirit beast blood essence, his soul-tamed beast even betrayed him. In just a single duel, he had lost all of his wealth. Just as he was thinking this, Zhang Shi's voice suddenly sounded. Does this count as my victory? If you still have any disagreements, we can go another round. There's no need for it. I admit defeat. Wei Changqing's face paled in fright, and he hurriedly shook his head. Go another round? Just a single round could put me in such a tragic state. If I were to go another round, who knows whether I would be alive by the end of it or not? Seeing the other party admit his defeat, Zhang Xian smiled in satisfaction. Then, he turned to Demon Sink Beast and gestured. Demon Sink, return his possessions to him. Roar! Demon Sink Beast's face was filled with indignation, but eventually, it still returned the jade bottle and the storage ring. This, Wei Changqing was taken aback. Demon Sink Beast had stolen these from him in the midst of his beast taming, and after his shameful actions, there would be no one who would protest even if Zhang Shi were to take these things for his own. But to his surprise, Zhang Shi actually chose to have it returned to him. Demon Sink is lacking in propriety, so do pardon him for his actions. It isn't easy for you to accrue such wealth, so it is only right for me to return these to you. Zhang Xian said impassively. Zhang Shi. Wei Changqing's eyes reddened. This is what a true master teacher should be like. To win, Wei Changqing had shown an unsporting attitude and resorted to many underhanded tricks. Despite this, the other party overlooked it and defeated him honestly. On top of that, the other party didn't fault him on his behavior either, going to the extent of even returning the confiscated goods. This magnanimity. He felt as though he was nothing more than a clown. Compared to the other party, his actions were truly laughable. From now onward, I shall be Zhang Shi's loyal follower. I'll make anyone who dares to talk bad about him apologize. Clenching his fists tightly, Wei Changqing made a vow in his heart. Formidable master teachers had their own followers as well. These followers would help to build the master teacher's reputation and bring glory to his name. To become a great master teacher respected throughout this vast continent, followers were a necessity. Zhang Xian couldn't have expected that this casual whim of his would actually make this 4-star master teacher a follower of his. Wei Changqing's loss meant that Zhang Xian had successfully progressed to the next round. Soon, the other stages also came to a conclusion, and the top 8 candidates were out. Luo Xian and Liao Wuji, the 2 most popular contenders for the champion seat, were among the group. What that surprised Zhang Xian was that Song Chao was also among the group. It seemed like even though the latter seemed a little dull-witted before him, he still possessed incredible capabilities. With his help, Ruohuan Gongzi was also within the group. However, the competition was extremely intense at this stage. and it would be difficult for him to progress any further than this. Hong Shi soon announced the pairings of the next match. All right, let's begin the round to determine the top 4. I'll announce the matches now. On stage A, Jun Ruohuan of Myriad Kingdom Alliance will face Luo Xian of Fleeting Cloud Sect. On stage B, Bai Zhanghai of Gazing River Sect will be facing Song Chao of Blue Frost Sect. On stage D, Zhang Xian of Myriad Kingdom Alliance will be facing Liao Wuji of Frigid Gale Sect. Liao Wuji? Hearing the name of his opponent, Zhang Xian was taken aback. He had heard of this name before. It was the genius second to only Luo Xian on the list of contenders for the champion seat. He didn't expect to meet him in the round to determine the top 4. Zhang Shi, you must be careful of Liao Wuji. I've watched his previous matches, and all of them were physical duels. Furthermore, he won every single one of them with astounding might each time. Su Shi stepped forward and said, "Take the last match where he fought against a candidate of White Helios Sect, for example. With just 3 slashes of his sword, his opponent was no longer able to raise his arm anymore and was forced to surrender. 3 slashes? In the entire tournament, the maximum number of moves he made with his sword was only 3 slashes. In fact, in the first round, he didn't even draw his sword. He was able to knock out his opponent with just the sheath itself," Su Shi said with a grim expression. Zhang Xian's previous matches coincided with Liao Wuji's, and as such, he hadn't really seen much of the other party's duels. Even though he's only at Clarifying Turbidity Realm Pinnacle, if my eyes fail me not, his true strength is comparable to even a half-consonant Spirit Realm Master Teacher, Su Shi said. Zhang Xian nodded in response. If what Su Shi said was true, Liao Wuji was indeed formidable. One must know that master teachers, with their keen eye of discernment and vast knowledge of cultivation in itself, are considered to be invincible within their power class. To be able to defeat a master teacher of higher cultivation realm is an incredible feat in itself. It's about to start. After discussing a moment longer, Zhang Xian saw the other party walking over to the stage, and thus, he began walking over without any hesitation as well. At this moment, the aura shrouding Liao Wuji seemed to have reached the peak. His very presence was reminiscent of the sharp edge of a sword. As soon as Zhang Xian stepped onto the stage, Liao Wuji immediately said, "Zhang Shi, I challenge you to a sword duel." "Sure. It just so happens that I've learned a new sword art recently, and I've yet to try it out." Zhang Xian smiled lightly. He didn't say those words out of humility. Those words were the absolute fact. Not only had he never used the sword art before, he had never even practiced it before. In other words, he had only emulated the sword art in his mind ever since learning it. As such, he wasn't sure about exactly how strong it would be. And this sword art was the enhanced version of Heaven's Path sword art that he tidied up on his way to the Glacier Plain Court. The Heaven's Path sword art, Heaven's Path spear art, and other Heaven's Path battle techniques started out as movements, but beyond that point, it was hinged mainly on conception. A difference in conception could result in vastly different results for the same set of movements. As such, master swordsmen were able to train through their thoughts. They didn't need to go through the physical motions with a sword in hand. To have not executed a sword art that one has learned and not know how powerful it is, Zhang Xian was probably the only one in the entire history of the world. Seeing the other party agree to it, Liao Wuji smiled. Then, he turned to Hong Shi and said, "Hong Shi, I've a request that I'd like to make." "Speak." Hong Shi nodded. "I wish for a private duel with Zhang Shi. I hope that you can accede to my request." Liao Wuji said, "You want a private duel? All right, I can agree to that." Hong Shi nodded. Given that Zhang Shi was a powerful adversary, the chances were that Liao Wuji would have to resort to his trump cards, and it was understandable why he wouldn't want his trump cards to be exposed in public. As such, his request was reasonable. In any case, everyone here was a master teacher, and there was no one who would be so shameless as to deny their own loss. "Who?" Hong Shi snapped his fingers, and a mist immediately rose in stage D, hiding it from the sight of others. Even a consonant spirit realm expert would be unable to peer through it. It's a pity that we'll miss out on such an exciting duel. Indeed, Liao Wuji possesses incredible aptitude in swordsmanship, while the depth to Zhang Shi's ability has yet to be uncovered. I thought that I could learn some things from their duel, but it turns out they will be conducting it in private. How frustrating. Then, who of the two do you think would win? My bet is on Zhang Shi. There hasn't been an opponent in the tournament who could match him so far. Liao Shi might be powerful, but it is unlikely that he would be a match for him. I disagree with your view. Liao Shi's aptitude in swordsmanship could be said to be unmatched by any of his peers. It's like you didn't see the previous duels he had. There was no one who could withstand the immense might of his swordsmanship. Given how skilled Zhang Shi is in fist art, he must have devoted most of his time to it. There is a good chance that he might be lacking in his swordsmanship. The most anticipated duel ended up being a private one. Everyone couldn't help but find it a huge pity. Sure, I think their duel has already begun. Suddenly, someone amidst the crowd shouted, following which, the guards and soldiers in the surroundings suddenly felt their swords in their hands shake, and an agitated metallic call sounded from their resonance. This is Call of the Myriad Swords, Roar of the Dragons. But which of the two of them has achieved Sword Heart Realm? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.